All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome. If you'd be so kind, if you have a seat available, please take it now. We'll begin momentarily. Welcome to the Monday, December 11th, 2023 meeting of the Falls Church City Council. We're delighted you all are with us this evening. I'd like to call our meeting to order and ask that you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam Clerk, will you call roll, please?
Yes, sir. Ms. Conley?
Here.
Mr. Duncan?
Here.
Ms. Hardy?
Here.
Ms. Leon?
Here.
Ms. Schatz-Hiscott?
Here.
Mr. Snyder?
Here.
And Mayor Tarter?
Here. Thank you. Before we get started, I just want to note some very sad news. The passing of Carol DeLong, who I think most of you in the audience are familiar with. That she was a giant here in Falls Church and was so involved for something like 60 years. And she was the first woman mayor of Falls Church, a 4-term mayor, served on the Planning Commission, the president of the CBC, a longtime member of VPAS, the League of Women Voters. She did it all here in the city, and she passed over the weekend. And I want to make note of that and ask that you please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. We had the flags lowered, city flags lowered today in her honor. We had a ceremony earlier today that Mr. Duncan attended and myself as well. But very sad day for Falls Church, but I think it's a day to honor and reflect on her many, many years of service to the city here. So, Phil, I don't know if there's anything you might want to add.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, thank you to all who've extended your condolences to my wife's family, her sisters, Allison and Linda, and Chet, of course, who keeps going at 98. We'll have hopefully some information on arrangements, but I don't have anything to announce tonight, so stay tuned to the news press. There'll be some updates, I hope, as the week goes on. But thanks to everybody who called and texted and posted, and I'm sharing all that with the DeLong family. And thank you for this morning's ceremony. It was very moving.
All right, thank you. So let's move on now to adoption of the meeting agenda. Do we have a motion regarding the meeting agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt the meeting agenda.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. So now we're on to oaths of office for our new council members, or our new and existing council members. Madam Clerk? Let me start by just asking the members of the newly elected members if you'd like to say anything. You're most welcome. You don't need to. You have the floor if you'd like, and that includes Ms. Hardy as well. But there's no obligation to say anything. We'd also give you the opportunity to take photos with your family and your friends. So feel free after you've had your oath to come and take photos or whatever you might want to do. Spend a little time with your family up here, and we'd be happy to accommodate that as well. So again, anyone who'd like to speak, you're most welcome to. Otherwise, we can move on to Ms. Underhill.
I'll say a few quick words. I guess this will be my last time speaking at this podium for a while, so I'll take advantage of the opportunity. I want to thank everyone in this room tonight. I know almost all of you for your advice, your ideas, your support over the past year. Many of you may know Penny Gross. She is retiring from the Fairfax Board of Supervisors after more than 2 decades of service, and she sent me an email with advice that she received from her mentor, who was the Oregon Senator Wayne Morse. He said, "I will exercise an independence of judgment based on the evidence of each issue. I will weigh the views of my constituents and party, but will cast my vote free of political pressure and unmoved by threats of loss of political support." Senator Morse lived by that pledge. He was narrowly defeated in 1968 after 24 years of service because he spoke out about the Vietnam War. I hope to use that as my ethical backbone as I serve, and I hope to represent all the vast pockets of life that make the city so wonderful, including citizens, non-citizens, owners, renters, refugees, entrepreneurs, workers, and school kids too. So with that, thank you, and I look forward to serving all of you in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if anyone else would like to say anything, you're most welcome. If not, we can, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you on the other one there. Ms. Flynn, congratulations to you and welcome.
I'm on this side. So I just want to thank all of you. I'm excited to join the council. I feel really privileged to do so. Thank you to all of you who are here tonight, who were supportive of my candidacy, who encouraged me to run. A lot of people who are steadfast supporters, but who are also people who took an interest in my candidacy along the way and became advisors and mentors and friends. And so I do appreciate that and look forward to kind of working with the current council and to everyone on boards and commissions and the community at large to represent, the community here, and to thank Mayor Tarter and Councilmember Duncan, who have been visionaries over the years and given so much of their own time to the city and looked both to move the city forward, but to also take kind of the practicalities of leadership and council membership into account. And so I hope, to bring that same spirit of consensus and compromise and working with one another to the council in support of the community and in betterment to the community, because people here really do engage in good faith. They take an interest in the city. They all want to see the city succeed, and I think we all share that vision as well. So thank you, and congratulations again to Justine and Letty. Congratulations again to Mayor Tarter and to Mr. Duncan, and thanks again to Tim, who I know we'll be working with on the Planning Commission. So thanks.
Ms. Hardy, is there anything you wanted to add? Okay, save it for later. All right. So let's go ahead and do the oaths of office. Madam Clerk, should we turn it over to you for that?
Yes, Councilmember Hardy, Councilmember-elect Flynn, Councilmember-elect Underhill. Can you please join me? And if you just want to join us up here, the Electoral Board is going to give you your election certificates before we do your oath of office. Yeah, if you all just want to go here. Yeah, we'll do it in the front so we can get some photos.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you, Renee. Wonderful to work with you and look forward to more.
Hi, Justine.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Yeah, there you go.
I feel like I'm in the room now.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Do you want us to be together? And then you leave. Great.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Did you want to say anything? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Don't go away. Okay. You can leave this here if you want to, yeah. And so if you all want to stand, maybe here? Are we good here? Yeah, I'm just waiting for the mic. You can all raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the City Council of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, according to the best of your ability?
I do.
Thank you, and you're sworn in. I just need you to sign these.
And if you all would like to bring your families up to take a quick photo, or your friends to come up.
What are your families doing? You want to
All right, so why don't we, anyone who'd like to get photos, why don't we get you and your family to come up, and we'll take a few photos. And your parents are welcome to get in the picture if they'd like. We'll get someone to take the picture for you if you'd like. Sophie, would you like to do the honors?
Do you all want to stand up and be in? Yeah.
Do you want us in the picture? Or you don't?
And Mr. Mayor, our legislative director and communications director have some special items to pass along to you and to council-elect.
Gimme.
Indeed. Mayor Tarter and council, it seems fitting night to be able to give this gift that's a commemoration of our 75th anniversary for the city. As you all know, we started celebrating that in August when we officially turned 75th. And having given a moment of silence for Carol DeLong, it seems very fitting that we're doing this today, because certainly she was a significant part of us reaching the 75th. And we've been honoring our past, our present, present, and our future. So the 75th Anniversary Committee would like to thank Mayor Tarter and Phil Duncan for your services that brought us to this point, and look forward to the current sitting council and our newly sworn-in council-elect for the next 75th as we move into that future. So we have for you the 75th coin. It has the logo on one side and the city seal on the other. And so Susan and I are honored to present those to you this evening.
Cindy, can you show everybody in the audience that too?
Very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can't wait to the next 75th anniversary, the 150th anniversary. And I understand these are solid gold, is that right? Exactly. All right, these are beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you both very much. Those are beautiful coins, and thank you for your efforts to celebrate our 75th anniversary. So what's next on the agenda,
I believe
Ms.
Ms.
Hardy?
Hardy.
Mayor, if I may move to the recognition part of the meeting. We'd love to do remarks and small gifts for the other half of our recognition.
Sure, thank you.
So before I kind of open up to other council members, I wanted to share a few comments. While we truly look forward to kind of a historic and new city council, it really is a bittersweet moment tonight. As big of an honor it is for me to have served for 8 years and be reelected, as I reflected on my time on city council and how much I've learned from Phil and Dave, it's an even bigger privilege to have served with the two of them and the remarkable accomplishments and progress that we've made together as a team, and the incredible course they've really set us on. Just like how my kids probably don't remember a time when I wasn't on the city council, I'm sure many of you in the community don't know or remember city council or Falls Church without the two of them around. And while it's the natural order of things, just like seasons change, batons get passed, babies grow up and graduate, it really won't feel the same without the two of you on the team. Dave, for your steady hand and all the dad jokes and the reliable comments about cementitious panels, Falls Church has really thrived and transformed under your leadership. And we've welcomed a few generations of councils under your watch. Through the highs and lows, we've weathered all the storms and come out ahead, especially in the snack department, with your steady hand at the wheel. Phil, for your eternal optimism for Falls Church and all that we can do and all that we've done together. Even though you really hate the moniker, we really truly become the little city that could. I'm so honored to have learned from you, from being a colleague and mentor to someone I consider a friend. You don't spend every Monday night in meetings and then likely several other nights together for 8 years and not feel like you've become family. We can all rattle off the many accomplishments from the news press headlines. Thank you, Nick, for those. The various boards Phil and Dave have served on, the businesses that have been opened, the number of meetings that they've been to. So much of what we love and can see around town has been touched and improved by the two of you. And to me, though, leadership is really not about that pomp and circumstance of the ribbon cuttings, the speeches, the big votes. It's not all the things that the public sees. It's all the behind-the-scenes work, all the extra hours of effort and time you spend thinking and working on behalf of the city that no one will ever give you credit for. But the rest of us know. Those of us up here know who puts in the hours, who pours their hearts into the job, the sacrifices that are made, and we're indebted to you for both of that. No words can adequately capture our appreciation and the range of emotions we all feel tonight. I do think I can speak on behalf of council and the greater community that we are so grateful for the dedication and time you've given to this community. I was meeting with a group of Boy Scouts yesterday, and I always start off illustrating how local government is far more impactful to a person's day-to-day life, far more than what happens in the public offices at the state and federal level. And you have made every person in Falls Church's life for the better. And like any job, this is what you make of it. You always get back what you put in. And in our case, we as a community, we've gotten so much more from you. Truly, thank you both.
Thank you very much. It's very kind.
I wanted to open up the opportunity for the rest of our colleagues up here. Debbie?
I'll leave all the seriousness to Letty because she articulated it so well, what many of us are feeling, and hopefully you both feel
appreciated and loved for all that, like Letty has mentioned, the time, the service, and hours you've put into it. But I know the mayor. When I first met the mayor, our children were all in kindergarten together. The twins and my youngest were in Mrs. Hoff and Mrs. Wakely's class. They are now juniors in college. And pretty much every time I saw you after we met when they were in kindergarten, you asked about my family. You asked about my kids, what they're doing in the community. And I think that was really representative of how you appreciate kids in this community. You've always welcomed people to the dais, to encourage the mayor competitions, all the things that our students have done through the years. And I think that really represents how much you care for the community and like to see how it's grown literally and figuratively over the years. And I'm just appreciative of the opportunity to know you as the dad and friend before I had an opportunity to work with you as the mayor and the dad jokes, as Letty mentioned. I am sure that many of us will be happy to bring by any extra cookies from any event we attend. I'm sure there will be many, many more left once you are no longer at all of these events. We will keep you supplied. I promise to keep them on the doorstep because I don't know how you'll survive that 10 miles of walking without those calories. So thank you for all you've done for all the students, for all the kids in this community, and what you've done to keep it a family town while still working on building up the commercial corridors. So we really appreciate it. Thank you. Phil, I guess I've known a long time too, through the land of the sports ball, as the kids like to call it. It's just been a joy to be up here for the last 3 years. Well, 2 in person, 1 on Zoom. But I'm really going to miss the sprawl. Yeah. You all may not be able to see it from the audience, but Phil usually has stacks of papers. He's the only one who reads everything in paper form still. He usually has 4 or 5 different colors of pens, 3 or 4 highlighters, note cards he arranges all around the desk. Right now he's got tissues, hats, snacks, dinner, breakfast, lunch, because sometimes he talks long enough. We need dinner, breakfast, and lunch by the time we finish. I'm really going to miss the sprawl and having an opportunity to work with you, and we'll keep working towards the $0 tax rate that you so want. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you for the levity, Debbie. Anyone else? Mary Beth?
In addition to seconding everything that Ms. Hiscott and Ms. Hardy have to say, it has truly been a pleasure to serve with David Tarter and Philip Duncan on the City Council. There have been, so many nights that we've been here late, so many mornings that we're trying to figure things out, and one of you referenced the work behind the scenes, and there's so much work behind the scenes. So I'll start with Mayor Tarter, and one of the things that you do a lot of, and I don't know how much people appreciate it, is you give a lot of speeches. And I know that you work really hard on those speeches to the community. And you have represented Falls Church so well over the years, so graciously and kindly and genially, and you've made so many people feel welcome. So thank you for that. Being welcome is really important to me when you come to Falls Church, and you have been a great face of welcoming. It's appropriate that the two of you started at the same time on the same day, and now you're rolling off on the same day. And I think that in those 11 and a half years that they have been on City Council, we have done so much. This is a completely new and a renewed place in those 11 and a half years. So when I was trying to think of what to say about Phil Duncan, who I met when we were doing Kiwanis Little League together, the Hit-a-thon, if anyone knows baseball in the area, I Googled you in the Falls Church News Press, and April 26, 2012 came up, and it was your announcement of being a candidate. And as I read it, even though the city has changed a lot, you have not changed at all. And you're saying, Falls Church faces big challenges on economic revitalization, school facilities, water and transportation infrastructure, fiscal management, and environmental stewardship, naming just a few. And I'm asking for a chance to help. And help you did for 11 and a half years. And at the very end of your article, you say, with our highly educated citizenry and our council manager form of government, collaboration is paramount. Listening, searching for points of agreement, finding common ground, that's my nature, that's my record. That's how I work for you on council. Thanks for your consideration. So that was your promise back in 2012, and that is what you have done here on the Falls Church City Council. So thank you for that.
And I have and then one of my favorite pictures from being on council was the year that the Nats did not win the World Series. And Phil and I were engaged, we were arguing, we were disagreeing about something, and I can't remember what it was. And we took a picture of ourselves on the dais with the Nats hat and saying, well, while we don't agree on everything, we are rooting for the Nats together. So I feel like that's a very important part of council too, is that even when you disagree, you have to work together, and we have done some wonderful things here, and I'm really proud to have served with both of you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, sounds like Mr. Dave.
Please go.
Are you sure, Dave? It's been wonderful, not only working with, it's just wonderful to have this peer set. Phil, I have never met anybody who's been so adept with this camera, even without the extender, even with the extender. Every event you roll to, you're taking pictures. It's just amazing. I'm looking forward to the next act here, and still running into you at all the chamber meetings. You definitely get around this city to every event. Dave, I think I'm going to still hunt you down for walks. If I can match your 10 miles a day, I think that would have been a huge, I don't even think I can do that. But I'm looking forward to the walk and chats. It was a new forum and mechanism that I was like, I have no idea why I haven't discovered this earlier. So, and I'm looking forward to that. So my time with you guys was too short, so I'm looking to be able to do more of it in the next stage that you guys are going to after this.
Thank you. Dave?
Sure, thanks a lot. First, a quick note about Carol DeLong's passing. In many ways, she was a mentor of mine, and in many ways created the modern city council, the structure, the approach to things, the focus on detail, and the leadership vision and the ability to see it through was something that I think is reflected tonight and in our efforts so many other nights. So, a strong message of appreciation to the work of Carol DeLong. So Phil Duncan is a remarkable person. We all have many images of Phil, but my strongest image of Phil was serving the city from a hospital bed. And his commitment to the city really has been excelled by no one that I know. For courage and for a long-standing desire to make the city better. Phil Duncan, as far as I know, cannot be exceeded by anyone. With regard to Dave Tarter, Dave really created the sense of civility and kindness. It's been said by others, but everyone was included. He was extraordinarily welcoming to everyone who appeared with us and before us. And he always strove for 7 votes, not 4, not 5, not 6, but 7. And hopefully, in the case of both Phil and Dave Tarter, their service to the city leaves us all a collective challenge for the future. Thank you.
Would staff like to say anything as well? Wyatt?
Well, thank you, Vice Mayor Hardy. Staff would like to say a few things, if we could, and I would like to start just by congratulating Aaron Flynn and Justine Underhill for your election, and it is great to see your families here tonight on this big occasion of being sworn in. On behalf of all city staff, we look forward to working with you to make democracy work here in the City of Falls Church. And this is an incredibly vibrant and a very dynamic place with the most engaged citizenry in the world in which to make that democracy work. And so we look forward to that adventure with you in the coming years. For Phil and for Dave, if I could say just a few words. First, for Phil Duncan. With Phil being a former reporter, with Phil, it's always, what's the story? And then does your story withstand scrutiny? That's the second part of what's the story. And that's always been a really important test for us to understand what the story is, come up with the facts and the rationale behind the story that would withstand scrutiny. And I think, Phil, you've always been a very sharp-eyed mentor and making sure that we have our story straight, and certainly always making sure that we have our minutes straight. One thing I'll note that Phil and I have in common, Phil met Leslie and I met Patty. Both of us met our life partners playing softball on the National Mall. And what I think that speaks to is a joy of public policy and having fun all at the same time. But that's something that we share. What Phil has always carried with him is a deep understanding of Falls Church, what makes this city tick, a former pillar of the community, as was mentioned earlier, but also someone with a very clear vision. The government should try to take advantage of opportunities when we can, and that the city should always look for those opportunities, look for investments in our business community that can produce investments that benefit the entire community. And Phil's been the greatest cheerleader for that. And of course, this past year, as was mentioned by Councilmember Snyder and others, your bravery and commitment has set a new standard that we will always remember. So thank you, Phil. Dave, we have spent so much time together. One of kind of our early bonding things was going to New York City to talk to the rating agencies. And when you're on a long train ride with somebody, you always bond with them. And when you take long walks across the city looking for the best pizza, you learn a lot of things about your traveling companion. I think Kieran and I both really valued that time with you, and we learned a lot. When you are the city's foremost walker and 10 miles a day, that when I heard you were trying to walk 10 miles a day, of course, that made me very nervous. I was picturing the long lists of problems that you were going to come back with. And one of the great things that I've always been incredibly grateful for is your graciousness, that I know that those things are going through your mind as you're walking through the city about all the things that we need to fix. But almost always you kept them to yourself. And that's pretty amazing. One thing I think about Dave is an understanding of process, which is, I think, related to that withholding of all that mountain of things that he knows that could be improved. I think that understanding of process was learned over time. I think Dave is by nature and by instinct a get-it-done kind of guy, but having seen the world and seen how government works, has built a tolerance for process. But still, there's always behind that a desire to just get things done, and we will continue to work very hard to respond to that. Dave lives by a code of conduct. Treat people with respect, and I've seen him demonstrate that in so many different forums. And he certainly has always shown that towards staff, and appreciate that so much. He's gone to so many lunches, so many award ceremonies, so many retirements, and has always shown up for city staff. And that makes a really big impression. Thank you for that. The last thing I will just note, the past several years have been featured with some really important negotiations for the city. And Dave, I think, is a very effective negotiator. Sort of an ear for compromise, when to compromise, when not to compromise, but always looking for a situation where both sides feel like they came out with a win. And when you're being pushed too far, sometimes it's just time to say no. But when there is an opportunity for a win-win, Dave will always go for it. In the last 10 years, of proof of the power of that collaboration, where the tremendous things that we have been able to accomplish together. So Dave, it's been a great pleasure working with you. I'll never forget it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, think that was nearly enough roasting. So is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak about Phil and Dave? Former David Meyer, Mayor of City of Fairfax. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Mayor, Catherine Reed, Fairfax City Council, and all of the residents of the City of Fairfax, we want to extend our congratulations to Phil and to Dave Tarter for their effective service here in Falls Church. I was the mayor of the City of Fairfax for 6 years and on the council for 8.5, so I am living testimony that there is life after local government elected service. And I've been out now for 11 months in my work release program, and one of the benefits is that you get to wear blue jeans and a sweater to a council meeting instead of a tie. With respect to, and I've enjoyed working with Phil at our VML conferences and getting to know him well, and especially to your mayor, David Tarter. I will say that the mayor's job is somewhat unique in local government, and it's like a Venn diagram with 3 circles, and they're all equal, but they're not equal at the same time. And the first circle is representing the residents of the City of Falls Church, listening to their concerns and helping develop priorities. The second is leading the council, the agenda and the meetings, and bringing a consensus. And the third circle is representing the city regionally. And this is why I'm here, and I want to speak to that for a moment with respect to David Tarter's leadership. When I was the mayor of the City of Fairfax and David was leading the City of Falls Church, the region, as we all know, entered into one of the most serious challenges both the region and the country has faced in the pandemic. And at the most challenging and uncertain parts of that time, before vaccinations had been developed and we were all sequestered, we had meetings every Monday at noon, a Zoom call sponsored by the Northern Virginia Regional Commission that Dave was the chairman of, and he led those meetings very effectively. And we would meet with the governor about every 6 weeks. We would hear from our public health officials and look for opportunities to be effective in helping our citizens weather this big challenge. And that was my first introduction to Dave, and I learned a lot from him, and he was a great mentor and a great colleague to all of the leaders of all of their jurisdictions, large and small, here in Northern Virginia. And so I say to the citizens of the City of Falls Church, you are very fortunate to have the quality leadership that you have elected on your city councils over several years that I've been involved in local office. And you have a great staff, dedicated employees, and citizens who truly love this community. So the leadership that you have here in the city has reflected all of those qualities. And I extend my congratulations to Phil and to David Tarter for their years of service here. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Anyone else in the audience? Okay. Well, if not, Dave and Phil, we have a small presentation for you all, so if we can move to the front. Might be more snacks.
This is just a small token of our appreciation. We'd like to present you with plaques honoring your service. Oh, they're getting pictures. I also have something that I know, let's see. Dave Tarter will use quite a bit in his civilian life. And I believe the city manager has some gifts.
We do just, on behalf of the employees, for Dave, we have a painting by Bill Abel of City Hall. And we saw Bill Abel just last week. He came back from North Carolina for Marjorie Luckman's remembrance. And so he came back and signed one especially for you.
Fantastic, thank you.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
And Phil Duncan, who his direction to me was, I want 5 ribbon cuttings a week, minimum. And so I know you went to a lot of ribbon cuttings. You got a lot of these with corporate sponsors on them. Here's a hard hat with the city logo on it, and signed by city employees.
We need photos with that. Come on.
I feel like
That's a good look for you, Phil.
Yeah.
Come on.
I get to wear the silly hat.
Yeah, definitely.
That's your look, man. That's a new look.
That comes up the fact that I don't have any hair left. All right, there we go.
All right.
Thank you all very much.
One more, please, in the group. Everyone over here, please. Thank you.
Looking good. And one more small thing
Oh, wait, there's more.
from the city clerk's office. Mr. Duncan has helped us. He's found every typo I made my entire almost 10-year career in minutes, and I appreciate it. We call him Eagle Eye Duncan.
That's right.
And so we just wanted, well, this is, first of all, this is not a green shade, but it should help you in case we need some help with minutes.
Excellent.
And
Cut the glare down.
an eagle
Yeah.
with a magnifying glass. So I hope that.
There you go.
Here, I'll tell you the thing. Thank you, Celeste. Thank you, Sophie. Thank you.
And then for our mayor, I really am concerned that he is not going to make it without snacks. And so, well, first of all, I know he likes the city merch.
I
so
like, man. Woo,
we got
right.
Yeah.
but also an emergency snack bag.
I like it. All right, keep
And some
talking.
extra healthy snacks.
Okay. Thank you.
We're going to miss you, but the budget is going to be.
All right.
Thank you.
Any more gifts? Anyone else in the audience?
Please,
That's
no
it?
more, no more. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Dave.
You guys can see.
Phil, if you're ready.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hardy, and thanks to my colleagues for your very kind and thoughtful words. Thanks to everybody who has propped me up in a literal sense this year, but all the way through 11 and a half years. It's terrific to have such strong support from staff who are responsive in every regard to our requests for information, and it really just makes a world of difference when you have an idea that comes into your head and you can call somebody on staff and they can actually get an answer for you in real time. It's a real luxury for somebody who was a journalist who did my own typing and answered my own phones all my life to be able to rely on a dedicated professional and nonpartisan staff. And I very much thank everything you've done for me, all the accommodations you made when I was in the hospital, trying to get through to the meetings, and for this awesome slideshow. Nobody's been probably looking at it like I have, but as a person who is the shutterbug of council, this is really an excellent photographic record of the last several years, so thank you for that. I'd be remiss unless I thank the key people who propped me up on the domestic front. That's my spouse, Leslie, and my kids, Tyler. Excuse me, Tyler and Meredith, who've been there for us through thick and thin, and really enabled me to keep going, particularly this year. with my responsibilities all the way through to the end. Determined to try to make it, and hey, finally hit the finish line. Sorry, there's no crying in baseball. I know my son taught me that. Politics I can't speak for. I happen to know that the mayor has an excellent statement that he's prepared. As a former journalist, I got a leaked copy of it, so I don't need to say all the things he's getting ready to say. I want a second, third, and fourth. It's as was noted here, a very thoughtful statement of summing up the 11 and a half years we've been together, and I can't possibly improve on it. I did want, as I was focusing my attention in the last couple of days on an obituary for Carol, I wanted to just read one little section of that, a couple of 3 paragraphs that resonated with me, and that I invite you to think about how history may not repeat itself, but it certainly echoes. During her tenure on City Council, Carol oversaw construction of the City Hall East Wing addition and the Kaiser Permanente Health Facility, the creation of Madison Park, and the building of the W&OD Trail Bridge across West Broad Street, along with streetscape improvements on West Broad between West and Haycock Road. She promoted the establishment of the Farmers Market, which has become a weekly institution in Falls Church. DeLong advocated for the Falls Church Housing Corporation to purchase 81 apartments at Winter Hill to preserve them as housing for lower-income elderly and people with disabilities. She fought for the establishment of the Aurora House, a residential counseling center on South Maple Avenue for adolescent girls. I bring those particular examples to your attention because I'm sure those of you who are following everything we do here on council, every single one of those things are in some form issues that we've dealt with here in the last 11 years, whether it's construction of a new medical office building, which is sort of the modern-day Kaiser facility, the business of the bicycle bridge. Well, now we have 2 bicycle bridges, all the work that has been done to improve the walkable and bikeable environment. And we still have a lot to go, but all that started with the streetscape improvements on West Broad in the 1970s. Certainly by 1980, we had to have a bond referendum to finance better sidewalks because they were so controversial. The community was divided over whether we should really be having this walking thing going on. Doesn't everybody just drive around in cars all the time anyway? My point here is that I guess I would congratulate first Justine and Aaron and Letty, obviously, and challenge you to be willing to do difficult things. Carol was willing to do difficult things. She'd built up a lot of capital in the community with her work on the PTAs and on the Planning Commission and her just work. I mean, nobody could outwork Carol when it came to attention to detail and keeping the staff on their toes. And she spent that capital, and she was mayor, on any number of worthwhile, worthy, and community-building activities. And I would encourage all of us to try to keep up that momentum. I think we've established a good record. We've done a lot of really fine things in the tradition of Falls Church and the tradition of the work that came before us. But there's still much more to do. And we have the people, we have the staff, we have the citizens in place to make that progress continue. And I hope we will do so. So thank you very much for hearing me out all these years. I appreciate it.
So I've put pen to paper for my thoughts, but before I get to them, I just want to mention that Phil and I were kind of the same election cycle, so we always ran together. The past 3 elections, Phil and I were always at the same events. We went to the same, forums or whatever you want to call it, so I spent a lot of time with Phil. And I would say this, Phil has been to like every civic meeting and every event the city has ever had. And he loves this city. He loves everything about it. And it is a labor of love for him. It's apparent to me. When we were running, we were both at Tollgate Townhouse Subdivision, and I was on one side of the street, and Phil was on the other. And I went through the whole row of townhouses, there's probably like 16 of them, and Phil only made it through 2. And he was just talking, and I went over to him, I said, Phil, you got to keep moving, man. He's like, no, I want to know what everybody's thinking. I want to be a part of this. And he loved every second of it, but he didn't get through a whole lot of houses. But he really loves like getting to know this community, getting to know people, understanding them, understanding their needs, their wants, and how he can accommodate those, and how the city can better accommodate them as well. When I first ran, I did a commentary in the news press, and Phil called me up and he said, I didn't hear from anybody except Phil, he's a competitor, and he called me up and he said, it was really good. You really wrote a nice piece. And I said, thanks a lot. And I told someone that. He said, he's just trying to get in your head. He's trying to psych you out. And I said, no, I think he's just a nice guy. And it was true. He was just a nice guy, and he still is. But it's been a real pleasure to spend time with Phil. Economic Development Committee, he has chaired that for a number of years, and I think anything that promotes Falls Church business, Falls Church development is what Phil wants to do and what he has done these past years. So thank you, Phil. It's been a real pleasure serving with you. If I can, I might get on to my remarks now, which are written out, so bear with me and indulge me. I'm from around here. I was born and raised in Alexandria. But despite being local, the city of Falls Church was a bit of a mystery to me. I'd always assumed Falls Church High School was in Falls Church and wondered why at UVA kids from George Mason High School seemed so proud of their school wherever it was. It was decades before I understood there was a city of Falls Church distinct from the greater Falls Church area. However, once I officially discovered the city 20 plus years ago when we moved here, I was immediately struck by the small town charm and strong sense of community. The only thing that seemed lacking was a vibrant, walkable downtown that was commensurate with the quality of the schools. I'd spent years as a commercial real estate attorney and had seen the Arlington of my youth transform through thoughtful planning and development. And so shortly after arriving, I began my civic engagement as a member of the Economic Development Authority. There and subsequently, I've sought to use my professional experience to better Falls Church through smart redevelopment of our commercial corridors. Not redevelopment for the sake of redevelopment, or even for the tax revenue it generates, but to improve the quality of life for our residents. This process began with small area plans, which reimagined our commercial areas to be more walkable, vibrant, and economically successful. I now know what my memorial is going to look like, by the way. I can see the big on the screen. And Jim Snyder was instrumental in these efforts. I don't know if Jim's here or not, but he was just critical to our planning efforts. In my first campaign for council in 2012, I wrote, we must focus our efforts on revitalizing our commercial corridors to build a tax base that ensures the continued excellence of our schools and needed community services without burdening our residents with unduly high taxes. Here's the brochure. Somehow I even look younger now than I did in that picture, and I don't know how that is. More than a decade later, I'm proud to say we've done this. We've seen a steady stream of projects that have provided new vitality and energy to our city. These developments include the first new grocery store in the city in years, a new walkable Harris Teeter in the center of the city, Founders Row with acclaimed restaurants, and a new theater scheduled to open next summer, the first theater here in decades. A flagship Whole Foods that'll soon anchor our downtown crossroads and provide a permanent home for Creative Cauldron. And the West End development, the largest and most complex project in the city's history, which involved a ground lease, payment in lieu of taxes, VDOT, Virginia Tech, Fairfax County, Metro, and much, much more. It will create a new destination for the region with over 1.2 million square feet of placemaking office, hotel, senior living, assisted living, retail, apartments, and condominiums, just a stone's throw from the West Falls Church Metro. These projects and others have brought new walkable destinations and visitors to our city. They provided affordable housing, environmentally sustainable design, outdoor dining, more inviting sidewalks and streetscapes. they put the city on a successful and sustainable financial footing, allowing us to lower our tax rate 12 cents over the past several years and laying the groundwork for future reductions. These efforts will continue to bear fruit for many years. We must remember, however, that all of these developments had strong commercial components: hotel, office, movie theater, grocery stores. Any developer will build residential units in Falls Church. That's a no-brainer. The trick is getting compelling commercial uses to ensure a balanced tax base, reduce service costs, continued economic vitality, and an enlivened downtown. With this tax revenue, the city has had its own building boom and implemented the most ambitious capital improvement plan in our city, which includes constructing a new $120 million state-of-the-art high school. When Phil and I took office, they said it couldn't be done, that a school that cost more than the city's entire budget was a bridge too far. But we proved them wrong. We have modernized and renovated all of our other schools, renovated and expanded our library, renovated City Hall, bought new parkland, upgraded our storm sewer system to prevent neighborhood flooding, added streetscape, new sidewalks, crosswalks, traffic calming, and streetscape, and created affordable ownership opportunities and added numerous ADU units to the city's inventory. And by the way, during the midst of all this, we received the first AAA bond rating in the city's history from all the rating agencies. As a small place, it's always been critical for Falls Church to get along with their neighbors, and I've sought to further these important relationships. As Mr. Meyer mentioned, during these past years, we've had the first joint meetings with Arlington, Alexandria, Fairfax City, and Vienna's elected leadership. I'm proud to have served with our regional colleagues on the Council of Governments and the Northern Virginia Regional Commission. All in all, I've spent 17 years in civic involvement in Falls Church, on the Economic Development Authority, as interim city attorney, and finally city council and mayor. My children are all now away at school, and it's time for a new chapter in my life and for new adventures. I hope in some small way I've made Falls Church a better place. If not, I've wasted a whole heck of a lot of time. There are so many people who quietly did so much to make Falls Church a special, welcoming place, and I've had the pleasure of working with many of them. My family's been quite patient with me, my wife Karen, and my children Cole, Anna, and David. I thank you for your support and indulgence. I've spent many an anniversary, birthday, or other event at city council meetings or other city business. I know some of them are watching from Slovakia right now, so to them I would say go to bed. If you have not been put to sleep by my remarks, you will be when we get to the budget audit. It's been a pleasure working with my council colleagues. I know the city is in good hands with you. You need never speak of cementitious board again. I want to recognize staff for all their hard work as well. I know it can be a challenge working with 7 different council members who each have their own ideas and direction, but staff makes it look easy. Thank you to Wyatt Shields, Cindy Mester, Andy Young, Jenny Carroll, Karen Bawa, Sally Gillette, Carol McCroskey, Jim Snyder, Paul Stoddard, Becky Witzman, Mary Gavin, Sandy Ingram Salong, Tom Clinton, Jody Acosta, Matt Kay, Susan Finarelli, Gary Fuller, Dana Jones, and so many others who do the real work around here. Also, thank you to the clerk's office who keeps council in line and somehow manages to have a good time doing it. Sophie Kotcher, Veronica Prince, and of course Celeste Heath, thank you. Finally, thank you to the citizens of Falls Church for your trust and confidence. It's been truly gratifying to see this community up close as part of your local government. Thank you all for the experience and honor of a lifetime. Thank you. All right. Well, thanks for coming out. We appreciate this meeting. We've got plenty more to do. Let me find the agenda. We can get on with the rest of it. Anything? We've got that. Yeah, we're going to move on to that next. But again, thank you all for coming out. I know for Phil and I personally, it means a lot to see friends and colleagues come out this evening. So for those of you who have done that, we much appreciate it. So we've got another recognition to do as well right now. It's not for someone on council, but someone whose work is equally important. That's the recognition of Mary Marguerite Shovelin for service on the electoral board. And so if you'd be so kind as to come on down, we have a certificate of appreciation and We'd like to thank you for your service 2009 through 14 and 2021 through 2023, and Officer of Election of 2015 through 2020. The council is grateful to you for volunteering to serve the community to help Falls Church, make Falls Church a better place to live, work, and do business. By your dedicated efforts, you've contributed significantly to the future success of Falls Church. Ms. Shovelin, thank you, and come on forward and we'll give you our congratulations. Jen, if you have one, you want to... So why don't we turn around, we'll get a picture.
Sorry. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. So, Madam Clerk, are there any other oaths of office to administer tonight?
No, sir.
Okay. So let's move on to the receipt of public comment. Do you want to start with written comment?
I will. Thank you. Written comments received since the last regular city council meeting include a message on budget issues. Peter Markham of 213 North Maple Avenue asks about the impact of the end of federal COVID relief funds on the tax rate. We had several comments about the bike master plan. Patrick Connolly of 455 South Maple Avenue suggested addressing covered bike facilities in the bike master plan. Dan Crobeth of 238 Irving Street asked that Park Avenue be included in the plan. W&OD trail crossings be prioritized. Bicycle facilities be included in FY25 budget guidance. And he also advocated for allowing accessory dwelling units. Andrew Olison, 615 Lincoln Avenue, who is Bike Falls Church founder and the CACT vice chair, asked that Park Avenue be included in the plan. W&OD trail crossings be prioritized. Bicycle facilities be included in FY25 budget guidance. Speed camera deployment be increased, and that the sidewalk in front of Betos be improved for access. Jacob Williams of 505 Roosevelt Boulevard asked that Park Avenue be included in the plan. W&OD trail crossings be prioritized, and bicycle facilities be included in FY25 budget guidance. We had some comments on the appeal of the HARB decision for 1011 Fowler Street. Daniel Clinton provided comments and asked the City Council to reverse the HARB's decision, citing an historical commission meeting on 11/16/23. Jackie Handley provided comment on and asked the City Council to reverse the HARB's decision. John Murphy of 308 Chestnut Street provided comment on and asked the City Council to reverse the HARB's decision and discussed a separate appeal to the BZA on the same matter. The Electoral Board, regarding the legislative program, the Electoral Board provided their 2023 legislative goals. And in other letters, Cassandra Rice wrote about a proposed project to provide housing and support for transgender community members in crisis. And that was it for the written comments.
All right, thank you very much. Let's move on now to public comment, receipt of public comment. That's for folks either in the audience right now or on the internet. And if you'd like to speak, please fill out a speaker slip like this gentleman has, the purple one right here, and hand it to the clerk. And your name will be called. Come up. You have 3 minutes. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes so we can get through the evening. State your name and address for the record, and we'll call the next speaker after that. So if you'd like to speak, again, fill out a purple speaker slip, hand it to the clerk over there, and she will call your name, and you can come to the podium, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Madam Clerk, do you want to call the first speaker?
Yes, first we have Dwayne Myers, followed by Jeff Peterson.
All right, welcome.
Thank you. I'm here to make a plea for enhanced efforts for the security of people who live where I live and that is in Gresham Place. As we leave Gresham Place out onto Langston Boulevard, the light's not working. Hasn't worked for probably over a year. It gives a green light to cars coming downhill, and they come very fast. Appreciate if some enhanced efforts can be made to fix that problem. Thank you.
Thank you. We're aware of the situation. I'm going to ask the city manager if he might have an update for you before you leave the room right now. Mr. Shields, anything to note?
Sir, I appreciate your being here tonight to speak to this issue. This is something that staff have been working on. The signal is controlled by Arlington County, and we're working with Arlington County to resolve it. And we do have a plan to do so. We'll follow up with the Homeowners Association in terms of the timeline to get that signal, basically kind of a redo of the entire signal so it'll function as a full signal. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeff Peterson, followed by Ed Henderson and Frank Burdette.
Good evening, Council. I'm Jeff.
I don't think your mic's on.
Good evening, Council. Jeff Peterson, 205 Tyson Drive. I'm here representing the Falls Church Climate Action Network. We're a local organization providing public information about climate change and support for city projects to meet our climate goals. I really want to thank you on behalf of the Falls Church Climate Action Network for a great month for climate change here in Falls Church for the last month or so. Your adoption of the community and government energy plans, your adoption of a new goal for reducing climate emissions by 2050, and the inauguration of the solar panels on the high school. All were big wins for climate change and big progress. So that's all great to see. And really, I'm here to urge you to build on that progress, to step up to implement those important plans, particularly as you begin your funding deliberations for next year's budget. We've written to you with some suggestions on some of these points, and I'll just make them very briefly. We believe that now is the time to initiate the metrics that are discussed in the plans. Really critical to start now to track our progress so that we can know how we're doing. Heat pumps, rooftop solar, water heaters, electric vehicles, all these things we need to know the progress the city's making. And to do that, we need metrics to be in place soon. Second, we really urge you to seriously consider the staffing increases that are suggested in the plans that are already adopted. I know how hard new staffing decisions are, but it's really critical that these plans be implemented. It's a critical need. I hope you'll think seriously about the staff to support these important plans. Third is that the plans call for new programs and projects and new investments. These will be really important, and we urge you to consider having a new line item in the budget that would track our progress toward implementing the climate and energy plans. We also think that an energy action budget crosswalk would be really useful, and we urge you to also consider every opportunity to apply for federal grants. And finally, we really think that the capital improvement program is also important to making these plans realistic. Things like the city's electric vehicles, school buses, and community center HVAC all need to be part of your CIP. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Council, we did receive a letter from Falls Church Climate Action Network, which was forwarded to you, and will be added to the public record. And next we have Ed Henderson and Frank Burdette, followed by Daniel Clinton.
Good evening. I'm Ed Henderson here on behalf of the Turner Hill Heritage Foundation.
And I am Frank Burdette. I'm here on behalf of the Social Justice Committee of Falls Church.
But first, I'd like to say thank you for your service to both Dave and Phil. We're going to miss you guys. Letty, looking forward to your continued service. And to Aaron and Justine, we're looking forward to seeing what you bring to the city. Now, the business that we're here today to talk about is the Martin Luther King Day celebration that Tenor Hill has done ever since 2017. And this year it's actually going to be held on Martin Luther King's actual birthday, January 15th. And the festivities will start at 10 o'clock at the Tenor Hill Civil Rights Monument, where people will begin to assemble and start sign making. There'll be warm refreshments. And around 11:15, we will start a program with some commemorations regarding the significance of Martin Luther King and the significance of having our feet do the talking. It's a very short march. It'll take place from the monument to the Falls Church, for which the town is named for. And at that time, the Social Justice Committee will have a program, and I'll let my colleague here tell you about that.
Thank you, Ed. So in addition to the march, each year on Dr. King's birthday, we're once again hosting a free public program at the Falls Church immediately following the march. This year, we're very excited to welcome to our program several distinguished and long-standing members of the community, including Pastor James Page from Galloway United Methodist, Reverend Burl Salmon from the Falls Church, Bishop Denise S. Tenor Wilson from the Rock Christian Center, and Michelle Leet, who's president of the Fairfax NAACP. Our goal this year is twofold: to gather in celebration of the life and legacy of Dr. King, and also to engage members of the community in small group conversations about continuing this great legacy. There will always be music and words of wisdom, and not insignificantly this year, we will be providing lunch for all attendees, thanks to the generous collaboration with our friends at the Falls Church. So please join us on Monday, January 15th at 10 a.m. at the Tenor Hill Arch. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll look forward to it. Thank you.
And I've given you all programs. I'll put the last few out here. Just wanted to make sure that we got this word out before the Christmas holiday, before everybody focuses on other things. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Ms. Hardy has a question.
Thank you, Ed, for the work you've put into this over the years. A question for city managers. I think over the years we've evolved the support for this march. Is city staff involved? And if not, can we be prepared to support this?
We certainly will be. And I know there has already been some staff discussions with the organizers, and we look forward to a great event.
All right, Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, we have Daniel Clinton, followed by Amy Clinton.
All right, welcome.
Good evening. I'd like to speak at the agenda item for the barn.
Sure, you're welcome to do so.
Possible.
Yeah, that's
at
possible.
That time.
Do you want to wait until? Yeah, sure.
Please.
We'll call you then. Thank you. And Ms. Clinton as well.
Same thing.
And
Same.
Karen Morrison, would you like to wait as well? Thank you.
All right. Next speaker then.
We have Cassandra Rice.
All right, welcome, Ms. Rice.
Hi, everyone. I've been exposed to COVID recently, so please keep your space just for health reasons. I submitted public comment last week. You can find the email I submitted at well, you all have seen it, but if anyone else wants to find it, it's at the very bottom of the summary of public comments. This is what I have to say today. Hi, City Council, both outgoing and incoming. I'm not going by Cassandra these days. If you want my non-government name, you can ask me privately, as well as my preferred pronouns. This is a graphic depicting the 10 stages of genocide as researched by Dr. Gregory Stanton. Those stages are classification, symbolization, discrimination, dehumanization, organization, polarization, preparation, persecution, extermination, and finally, denial. Currently, America is in stage 9 of a transgender genocide, but these semantics aren't very important right now. Me, personally, I have witnessed Proud Boys attack a drag story hour this year, locally. My transgender ex-partner was punched outside a metro stop months ago. I'm close friends with a Falls Church City community member whose family is currently stuck in Florida. Their child has already experienced being committed because of their identity. How can Falls Church City help? Already, there are networks in place to help relocate people, much like there were during the Holocaust. However, this country's fractured social safety net makes it very difficult to relocate smoothly. Most community resources are locational, but all social services take time to successfully enroll somebody. During that time, refugees are at risk of being without shelter. I'm asking my community for help. I am already in contact with people doing the hard work of Safe Escape. I need this community to volunteer their guest bedrooms, mother-in-law suites, and accessory dwelling units. Even just a couple nights in a safe environment can make a world of difference to somebody who has had to flee their home. I don't just say this as someone who has done the research. I say this as somebody who had to run away from my home 2 months ago, and as someone who was kicked out of her home, growing up in Falls Church City repeatedly. This is real. This is happening right now, not just in Palestine, not just to the Uyghur people in China, but here in our own country to our own citizens. Now is the time to put action behind our words. Now is the time to help. If you even just have an air mattress to spare, that can seriously make a huge difference. It helps. Everyone has just a little piece they can bring to the table, and we need so many volunteers to make this launch this in a meaningful way. If you'd like to volunteer for the Emergency Shelter Initiative, you can chat with me in person, or I'll be around. You'll find me. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Madam Clerk?
That's it for our general public comment. We saved the public hearing comments.
All right. So let's move on to report of the city manager. And by the way, I know we've taken a fair amount of time on preliminary matters, but we will take a break around 9:30 just so everyone can use the restrooms and the like. And that's still about 45 minutes from now. Let's move on to the report of the city manager. Mr. Shields?
Thank you, Mayor Tarter, members of council. If I could invite Ms. Kieran Bawa, our Chief Financial Officer, forward. She's going to introduce Kristen Holland, who is our external auditor. And if I could use time during the city manager's report to have the audit presented to the city council, which we're required by law to do on an annual basis. Ms. Bawa.
Good evening, Mayor Tarter and members of the council. We have for you the city's annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. And that's conducted in accordance with the Code of Virginia. The city as a reporting entity comprises of the primary government and its component units, which include the Falls Church City Public Schools and the Economic Development Authority. These financial statements have been audited by Brown Edwards and Company LLP, a firm of licensed certified public accountants. Annual audit is a long-drawn process that starts in the month of June over here at the city and overlooking the fiscal operations and controls. A good amount of work and time is spent with the auditors and involves input from most all departments within the city. I want to acknowledge the immense amount of work managed by Ms. Melissa Ryman, the city's Deputy Director of Finance, and the finance team, as well as the fiscal staff from various departments citywide. And now I would like to introduce Ms. Kristen Holland, who's from Brown Edwards, who's joining us virtually. Kristen, over to you.
I want to start by thanking everyone in attendance for the opportunity to serve city. As Karen mentioned, my name is Kristen Holland. I'm a manager at Brown Edwards and Company. And Karen also sort of took the words out of my mouth. I want to compliment everyone at the city. We as auditors recognize that an audit is very intensive. We ask a lot of questions. We require a lot of information, not just from finance, but from every single department. And we know that you all have your own jobs to do in addition to this. So we do very much appreciate the cooperation during this very long process. I'll also say that I apologize for my voice. I'm also getting something like a lot of folks I think are. So if I cough, I'll try to mute real quick so I don't cough at you all. But I'm going to go over 3 deliverables. The most time I'd like to spend is the report, or the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or ACFR for short. I'm going to call out some PDF page numbers, and so if you're following along in the agenda packet, you can see what page that I'm looking at. So as far as the financial statement goes, the first thing I'll just point out is that it is in a draft form, and we do anticipate that it will be finalized by the end of the week, which the deadline is Friday, and that there will not be any significant changes to that report. But I just wanted to make sure I pointed out that it does say draft on it. The main parts of, I'll go over these pretty quickly, and if anyone has questions, I'll give you a moment to ask those as soon as I get done. So the main portions are the transmittal letter, which is on PDF page 10. And this is just an overall view of the city and an outline of the ACFR, essentially. It is substantially non-financial data, although there is some financial information in there, but it's a good overview to start with, to look over, that's prepared by Karen and Wyatt. The audit opinion starts on PDF page 15. And this is a similar outline that we've had in the past. The very first paragraph tells you that we have issued or will issue a clean audit opinion. This essentially means that everything in the financial statements are accurate in all material respects. There are 2 things that I'd like to point out in the opinion. The third paragraph there on the first page starts with, "We did not audit the financial statements of West Falls Community Development Authority." This relates to the CDA that you all established in the prior year. And essentially that the CDA was audited by a separate auditing firm. We do not re-audit that information. We perform limited procedures to communicate with that auditor, and then essentially take that information and put it in the city's ACFR to present as a governmental fund. The next thing I'll point out is on the second page of the opinion at the top. We just want to draw your attention to specific notes as it relates to new auditing standards. There have been lots of new auditing standards the last several years, and this year, FY23, was the implementation of subscription-based information technology arrangements, which is a mouthful. We call it SPIDAs for short, and I'll get to a little bit more detail of that in just a second. The next section of the report I'd like to talk about is the MD&A, which is PDF page 19. MD&A standing for Management Discussion and Analysis. And as it says, it's management's discussion of the financial statements as a whole. So while this report is over 200 pages, this is an excellent place to go to a summary of everything. It's the only part of the entire report that is comparative. So it will show you information for not only fiscal year 23, but also fiscal year 22, and provide some insight on why there may have been some changes with some of that data. Now, I won't go into detail into any of the following pages. The actual basic financial statements start on page 37, and then the notes, the disclosure notes follow those. The disclosures are essentially policies and underlying information to help support the data that you see there in those exhibits. The one part of the report that I will point out, it starts on let's see, PDF page 86. That's going back to the SPEDAs that I was mentioning. The new standards that I mentioned a moment ago have been extremely time consuming, not only from an auditor standpoint, but from your finance departments have spent a ton of time on these standards. This one is no exception. There was a tremendous amount of effort put into this up front and during the implementation throughout the audit. And so something to keep in mind is there's a lot of things under the surface happening just to provide 2 paragraphs of information. At the end of the day, this particular standard did not have a material impact on the city's financial report. However, we did put a disclosure in there to note that, yes, there was a new standard. And the short of it is it's basically information technology agreements that have to now be put in your financial records. There's some exceptions, but I'll leave it at that. Now, the CDA, I will just point out, that information starts on PDF page 168. It's 168 and 169. I won't go into any detailed information, but that's where that information is now to provide the inclusion of those activities in the financial records of the city. Now, to talk about the compliance reporting, that starts on PDF page 168. And, I'm sorry, not 168, 216. The first of these letters is what we call a yellow book report. And what that essentially means is as part of your federal grants, there's also some other auxiliary requirements, and this letter communicates to you all any information that we might have discovered concerns related to internal controls, as well as state-related matters. And there were no problems in internal controls that we detected throughout the audit of federal grants or anything related to compliance matters. There was a state issue with VDOT funding. However, that was an ongoing issue that it's not anything that's new, but it is expressed in there in that particular letter on the second page. Now, the next letter starting on 218, that's actually an opinion, and it says uniform guidance at the top, but what this means is this is the opinion on how federal programs have been used, federal grants. The gist of it is that this is also a clean opinion. This is what you want. Everything looked good as far as that goes. There was, I will point out that with federal grants, we do not test them all. So we only test certain ones depending on various criteria. And the grants that we did test this year is often referred to as ARPA, but the technical name is the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds. And then we also tested highway maintenance and construction. So that's everything I'm going to go over on the report. Is there any questions before I continue?
No, I don't think so. And thank you for your report so far. I would say if it's clean, we can probably go through this as expeditiously as you can feel comfortable doing.
Okay, the next letter is the internal control letter. I will not get into any details, but this goes over the different types of deficiencies that can happen in the audit outside of the federal awards audit. There's nothing of concern. All of the comments on here are the least severe of the comments, and you all are welcome to read over those and let us know if you have any questions.
All right, thank you.
And then the next letter is required communications with governance letter. That is essentially boilerplate point, but it's customized to the city to express some required communication that us as auditors are supposed to communicate to you all as council. It goes over significant estimates and sensitive disclosures, any issues with management, which of course we had none, and if there was any adjustments or corrected or uncorrected adjustments. And you guys, again, are welcome to review that and let us know if you have any questions. The one thing I will say that is the draft form there, it doesn't include the representation letter, which the final form will have that representation letter. And that is just essentially during the entire course of the audit, certain representations were made to us that we have to rely on as part of the audit process. And so all that is management taking formal responsibility for those representations. That's all I have.
All right, thank you so much. We know a lot of work goes into an audit like this, so we much appreciate your diligence. Any questions, Mr. Snyder?
Yeah, my question is to city staff. There were certain notes, certain comments made. Can you comment about our plan to address those so we don't see them in the future?
Let me first allow our Ms. Bawa to respond.
Are you talking about one of the letters?
Yes, I am. There was a
Okay.
comment, for example, about federal and also state grants and VDOT and that kind of thing. So I wonder if you can, you don't need to comment in detail tonight, but what I do want is just an assurance that we have a plan to address any questions or comments that have been made in the course of this.
Right. So anything that we are finding out, staff is looking at it and making sure that we address that. It does not meet any of the materiality thresholds, and it has been discussed with the auditors as well.
Okay. So whether it meets the materiality threshold or not, there were some comments in here in some of the letters. So am I hearing you say that you've already discussed them with the auditor and that you will make any corrections going forward that need to be made? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. Well, first of all, I guess congrats to city and school staff for kind of a clean audit with no significant findings. I know that Phil's favorite part is always the beginning part, which talks about the management discussion and the progress. My favorite part is usually the operating indicators towards the end, which starts on page 211. For 2023, it's blank. So when the final version comes out, is that going to be populated? Because that really shows kind of how much that actually local government does. And I think it's a really good snapshot of how the community is continuing to grow and the number of news releases, the number of books being circulated at the library. I think that's always really telling about all the work that happens behind the scenes.
That's correct. We'll have those completed and sent to you electronically.
Great. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Scared you off? Since Ms. Hardy set me up, I will say that, yes, although it's not attached to the audit as such, the letter at the beginning from our staff is always of interest to me. The city targets an unassigned fund balance that's 17%, but not less than 12%, blah, blah, blah. As of June 30th, 2023, unassigned fund balance is 25.9% of general fund expenditures. So our target is 17%. Our actual is almost 26%. This probably is going to get discussed a little further in the budget guidance section based on what I heard at the Budget and Finance meeting on Friday. But we, I think, do need a policy for how to treat revenues in excess of plan in the unassigned fund balance, just as we have a plan or policy for how to treat shortages and how to recover from those. We have a need, I think, for a plan for how to deal with overages. So I'll look forward to that discussion. Thank you.
Can I make a quick point over there since you brought it up? So that number includes the 5.27 year-end balance from fiscal year 2023, and a good portion of that has been appropriated as part of the first budget amendment, and we're going to come and request a second budget amendment in January or February. So that number actually drops down if we separate out the 5.27, drops down to 19 million, which is about a little over 19%, but it's still over the 17% threshold. So
thanks for that. It's helpful to have the actual dollars. 19 million, a little over 19%. Does that include the money that we're getting from Virginia Tech transfer? Sale?
No, this is the general fund unassigned fund balance. Yeah. The Virginia Tech money goes in the capital reserve.
Okay, so that's the other reserve that is not reflected in this information. Okay.
I think what I'm going to bring up later on is what is our total available fund balance, so unassigned plus all the other reserves. I think according to the CAFR, sorry, there's a new word for it, whatever the new acronym.
ACFR.
Available fund balance, we're at $44 million, which is 41%. And so even though we are taking $5 million out from the surplus, I would love to talk about that more when we get to budget guidance in the budget process.
Sure.
Thanks for that follow-up.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you very much. Anything else, Mr. Shields?
That is all for the ACFR tonight. Well, actually, I will just note then my last thing on the city manager's report. We've been working, as we did last year, to have a report to the community, a year in review, and we're finishing that up this week, and we'll share that with City Council and with the Falls Church News Press. But it just is a chance to go through some of the things we've been able to accomplish, general government staff, working with community to move the city forward. So we'll have that report out in just a few days. Looking forward to that.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Holland, and thank you to your team.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks to everyone. So nothing else, any council requests before I move on? Any council requests? All right, I'm going to take that as a no. Let's move on to business on the agenda. Madam Clerk, will you call the first item?
Yes, we have the continued public hearing of an appeal to the City Council to reverse the Historic Architectural Review Board's denial of an application to raise a protected structure at 1011 Fowler Street.
All right, and I understand the city attorney is joining us remotely due to illness. I see her there in the corner of the screen. Ms. Gillette, would you like to give us some introductory remarks?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and members of council. At the last meeting on this appeal, the appellant asked that the city consider an issue that had not previously been raised, and that was that the barn is not subject to the historic district regulations at all. And the question of whether the barn is subject to those regulations is a matter of zoning administration. Only the zoning administrator is authorized by law to make that determination. Because the issue was raised at the last council meeting, our zoning administrator has evaluated the arguments of the appellant on that issue and has rendered a decision that the barn is, in fact, subject to the historic regulations. Her decision was issued to the applicant / appellant on Friday, I believe, but officially today, this morning, by certified mail. Her decision may be appealed by the applicant to the city's Board of Zoning Appeals. Having said all that, it is important for the City Council to understand that the issue of whether the barn is historical and subject to the HCC regulations is outside the scope of tonight's appeal hearing. Tonight, the council is limited to a review of the decision that was made by the Historic Architectural Review Board concerning the barn. That decision did not address at all the legitimacy of applying the historic regulations to the barn. That issue would not have been properly before the HARB. And in fact, the fact that the property owner submitted her barn raising application to the HARB was an acknowledgement that the barn was subject to those regulations. The HARB decision that is subject to appeal tonight and subject to council review was, in slightly oversimplified terms, limited to whether the historical value of the barn was significant enough to outweigh the burden to the property owner of preserving it. Therefore, I want to just remind council that tonight's review of the HARB decision is limited to the question of whether the HARB's findings relative to the 5 criteria set forth at Zoning Ordinance Section 48-794 were supported adequately by a preponderance of the evidence. The council can find that it was supported by a preponderance of the evidence or not, and that is the limits of your decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shields, is there any additional staff presentation tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. We would like to just give a brief staff report just on sort of an overview of the property and in terms of the case that was before the HARB. From there, I believe we have representatives from the HARB who may speak if they would like to speak. And we have the applicant, and they've already put in speaker slips, and so they will speak tonight as well. But if we could sort of go in that order and have the staff report just to sort of lay out, sort of orient us in terms of the property, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Cameron for that report.
Hello again, council members. I'll start with the staff report on line 3. Just as a reminder, this is a request for a continued public hearing from November 27th. That this is an appeal for Historic Architecture Review Board's decision or denial of an application to raise a protected structure, the structure being the barn on 1011 Fowler Street. And I'll skip to line 224 just to give the overview of, it's a good map to look at for orientation. As a reminder, the project proposal is for the applicant to raise the existing barn to facilitate the sale of land development of a new single-family home on Lot B. Above you have Lot 2B on top, the highlighted yellow barn, and the adjacent one-story garage. Below you have Lot 2A with the primary residence and the windmill and well pump. And then just give a brief history of the application history. On June 26th, the applicant came for HARB to seeking to raise the barn. HARB denied the raise, stating reasoning that they should put the lot back on the market for a potential buyer to then sell, incur the cost needed to move the barn from Lot 2B to Lot 2A. July 13th, 2023, applicant sought to move the barn from Lot 2A to Lot 2, from Lot 2B to Lot 2A. HARB approved this. On October 26th, the applicant sought to raise the barn, stating primarily financial concerns as well as structural for the barn. HARB denied the application. On October 27th, an appeal was made to City Council to overturn HARB's decision. On line 174, we have additional materials found by staff as requested by City Council. And I'll jump to line 249. The following is the 5 criteria outlined in HCC code, which HARB used to analyze the proposed raising of the building structure. And these 5 criteria are what this decision was based on. And finally, to reiterate what the city attorney had mentioned before, the options for motion are to affirm, reverse, or modify HARB's decision. They also may remand it back to HARB. And City Council standard for review is determination whether or not review was contrary to HCC code or supported by evidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else, Mr. Shields?
That is all that staff has. We'd be happy to answer any questions, but we could see if there is a HARB member that wishes to speak tonight. I don't know if there is one.
Okay, so I mean, I think for tonight we have had a hearing on this matter that is continued, I guess, on, but we don't need to repeat things that were said at the last hearing. But if anyone has anything they would like to say, particularly focusing on new materials or new information, you're welcome to. And I know we have 3 speakers. You're most welcome to speak. In just a few moments, I'll give you a chance to speak. But anyway, so would the applicant, your counsel, like to speak briefly?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, the council and staff. Am I under power? I'm going to ask the owner would like to speak, so I will step back if that's okay with your honor, and then I'll come back. I thought Mr. Clinton also wants to speak. I'll just stand back. And let them address you, and then I'll address you, and then if there are any questions we need to attend to, I'll try to deal with those. You certainly may ask the owner questions And Mr. Clinton, I don't mean to preclude that by that comment. Is that satisfactory to you? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor? Yes. Can we clarify, the applicant is not under the time constraints, and then any commenters for the public hearing would be under 3 minutes, or?
Yeah, so, look, let's try to keep everyone at 3 minutes. If you can't, so be it. I'm not talking about the applicant's counsel, but just various speakers of all persuasion. But as the applicant, yes, you'll have a wider ability to speak.
Thank you. I wasn't here the last meeting. I had COVID, so, but I just wanted to address some things that City Attorney brought up, and I want to be as respectful as possible. My mom passed in February of this year. I inherited the house. We're fixing up the historic house so I can move into it. And I want to be respectful, so please bear with me. In December a year ago, I had a member of HARB come do the drawings for the house. So from December to April, when we went before HARB, just to go there to get the drawings approved for the house. Nothing about the barn, nothing about anything, just as a protocol. And then at that time, it was mentioned the lot was under contract. And that's when they brought up the barn. And my frustration with this is that if I had a member of HARB with me for 4 months, almost on a daily basis, talking about needing the funds from the barn, specifically saying, I have to sell the lot. I need the funds to sell the lot to do the work on the house. And no mention was ever made that the barn was a protected structure. That's why it was such a shock to me when we get before HARB just for the plans for the house, and the barn is brought up. I mean, this was new news to me. And at that point, I just followed the protocol that I thought that I needed to follow. And I just think that's a big question that we all need to, like the city attorney said that when I made the application to HARB, I was admitting that I knew that the barn was protected. I didn't. HARB's own member didn't know it was protected. And so now, you know, I'm in this mess. And I tried with the barn. When they said to move it, you look at the tapes, we were happy, we were going to do it. If I wanted just to get this done and get rid of the barn, to get the money, and I would have been before council 6 months ago. I didn't go before council. We worked to try to move the barn. We paid professional people, which Ray Freeland, he knows what he's talking about. The other structural engineer came from a HARB member. He was very highly recommended. Daniel, he did a report on the barn. And I just feel like I've done everything I was supposed to do. And this whole process has just been extremely frustrating. And you heard Mr. Freeland say that the barn cannot be relocated. And another thing, and I know we have a time thing, so just give me 30 more seconds.
Coach, take your time.
I looked at the structures, the protected structures that were attached to the agenda from 1988. I went through every single one of those properties. There are 5 historic houses that have been razed that were on that list from 1988. The most recent was Founders Row. There's the Hilton Garden Inn. There's Northgate, whatever those condos are on Lee Highway. There are 5 historic protected houses that have been razed to give way for these high-rises. And I just don't understand why I'm having to go through all this for... I just don't understand this whole process. If I had been alerted that this barn was protected and I had to do X, Y, Z back in December a year ago, and this is, it's been a very frustrating process. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, we have Daniel Clinton, followed by Amy Clinton.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Tarter, Councilman Duncan, thank you for your service. Appreciate your time and everything you've done for the city. My name's Daniel Clinton. I represent the contracted buyer of Lot 2B at 1011 Fowler Street. During the past 8 long months, I started out impartial and trusting of the staff opinion and process as a whole. However, when I listened to the first hard meeting and denial of the raise, I heard that anything could be moved and that a developer could absorb the cost. I felt the need to speak up and consider that we're not a for-profit developer, but a 2 government worker family of 6. I did some research and found a recent similar situation when a large for-profit land developer applied to demolish a registered historic structure at 920 West Broad Street, Plaque 78, now Founders Row, and that demo was approved by the HARB and under permit 201-440-768 in 2019. The list of those goes on: 472 North Washington, 206 West Broad, 706 West Broad, 509 West Broad. It doesn't quite seem equitable that developers are allowed to demolish registered structures, but 2 families who wish to raise an unregistered structure have been charged with absorbing exorbitant costs, which the city's own ordinance specifically serves to protect. I know it's been said that after 8 months, now there's a different process to appeal that should have probably been first given an opportunity to Ms. Morrison. But the first assertion on the staff analysis that Lot 2B RPC 52109-006 was certified March 1985 is plainly inaccurate and misleading. Clearly on the official register provided to me by staff in the comprehensive plan and in the architectural survey in the library, it lists RPC number 52109-007 only. In fact, it specifically states that the exact square footage of only Lot 2A in the historical covenant. No historical document lists Lot 2B or parcel 5219006, even though it had been subdivided long before the ordinance. There's defined code and a process for designating non-residential structures, and that has not been followed. You cannot just lump structures or an address together and deem them protected. According to Code 48788, there's a process to designate structures built as residences, which was indisputably done in 1985 on Lot 2A, RPC 52109-007, plaque number 42. However, there's a separate process to expressly designate other structures defined in Code Section 48791, which includes petitions, a description of the parcel, which would be made subject to regulation, and finally, the City Council designating the structure if it meets specific criteria. Probably never done because according to the city's own historic architectural survey, the barn was, quote, rebuilt following a severe storm in 1977, at which time it was nearly demolished, unquote. This information was dismissed at the last HARB meeting. Regardless of opinion or intent, the fact is that the process to designate has never taken place for the barn as a non-residential structure under a separate parcel. There's case law in Cook versus the City of Falls Church that reversed the city's denial of a demolition because a structure cannot be deemed designated. It must have completed the certification process. Our own historical commission chair, Mr. Anzalone, stated in the historical commission meeting on 11/16, quote, under the Historic and Cultural Conservation District Ordinance, our overlay of historic properties in the City of Falls Church, structures like the barn and the windmill are not considered part of the historic structure, which is what is designated, although city staff said the barn was considered a historic structure for the purposes of this, unquote. Based on my research of the code, case law, thoughts of the former Board of Zoning Appeals member, John Murphy, chair of the Historical Commission, former mayor, structural engineers, I support raising of an unsafe, unregistered, and rebuilt non-residential structure and protecting taxpayer rights. Also, this way, Ms. Morrison can finish improving her certified historic residence and restore it to its public significance. Thank you for your time.
Yep.
Sorry I took so long.
Thank you.
Next, we have Amy Clinton.
Yeah, so I would just say also the owner, I give wide berth to taking longer than the 3 minutes, but people who are not the owner, even if you're related to the owner, I would just ask you please keep your comments to 3 minutes for people who, even though you might be a party who might purchase the property later or otherwise.
I tried to time myself earlier and I didn't make it, so I'll try and read as fast.
If you can, just be as close to 3 minutes as you can. We'd appreciate it.
I will do my best. Thank
All right.
you. When does it start now? Okay, thanks. Good evening, Mayor, Charter, and City Council members. My name is Amy Clinton, and I'm an interested party in the matter of the decision whether to raise the barn located on Lot 2B at 1011 Fowler Street. I have hesitated to speak out publicly as I'm not currently a resident of the City of Falls Church, and for a long time felt it wasn't my place to do so, but I can no longer stay silent. For the past 3 years, my husband and I have dreamt, of finding a place to build our forever home in the city to house our now complete family of 6. We have hopes of our children attending the well-sought-after public school system, living closer to our extended family and places of work, and becoming contributing members of this community. However, we were met with massive housing shortages, bidding wars, and growing interest rates, making it nearly impossible to move into this area. 10 offers later, we thought our dreams had finally come true when we were under contract for the already subdivided Lot 2B on Fowler Street. It has been 8 months since the contract was let, and our dreams have been put on hold once more. I come before you today to shed light on not only my personal experience, but to arm the governing body of this city with the facts to make a well-informed decision. I've attended all 3 HARP meetings and last month's City Council meeting, where I've watched Ms. Morrison tirelessly attempt to work with the city to carry out the HARP's recommendations, followed by extensive research and due diligence to hire professional engineers to get a better grasp of the state of the structure she had inherited and truly understand its history. I reviewed the documentation she provided to the HARP and the City Council, and it's abundantly clear that the city staff has grossly misinterpreted the local ordinances and the governing law with respect to how to determine whether a building is classified as historic. The staff report is filled with opinions, intent, and interpretations, while the documentation Ms. Morrison and her team of professionals she has supporting her are based on facts, data points, and case law. In my profession in the federal government, I'm charged with making decisions that must be based in law and regulation. I'm well versed in interpreting and operating in the gray areas where the law and regulations allow. In the environment I operate in, I cannot afford to bypass or ignore any regulations or deviations, otherwise I'm personally held accountable. In the case of the status of the barn located at Lot 2B at 1011 Fowler Street, we have found that there is no gray area protecting it under Ordinance 48-788. In fact, it is in direct conflict with the established local case law. It is clear to me that up until last week, the staff had not reviewed its own records that are publicly available to its citizens. Not only has due diligence not been performed, but under Ms. Morrison's presentation of her documentation to the HARB, it was not reviewed or considered. As the governing body of the city, I urge you to review the recording of the HARB meeting held on October 26, 2023. During that meeting, it was stated by the HARB that there was not enough time to review Mrs. Morrison's documents, and went on to say that the meeting needed to be quick because of a personal engagement that was occurring immediately following the HARB session, resulting in a meeting where nothing Ms. Morrison provided was reviewed or addressed, and no responses were provided to the public opinion. But instead of delaying the decision to allow for more time to process the information, Ms. Morrison was disregarded, her request is denied, and quite honestly disrespected. I would hope that if a board is chartered to make decisions based on an ordinance that serves to protect both the city's historic structure while not fiscally devastating its citizens, that this matter would be handled with more thought, consideration, and grace. This decision affects the livelihoods of 2 families who not only want to live in this community, but also restore its historical treasures. And as I stand before you today, that's why I stand before you today. It's been stated before, but I'll say it again. In accordance with Ordinance 48-788, in order for the structure to be classified as historic, it must follow the processes and procedures to be added to the local register. In this case, as evidenced by 2 separate deeds and tax ID numbers, Lot 2B is not included, only Lot 2A, and can be found in the city's register. Therefore, any structures on Lot 2B are not protected by any historic preservation ordinances. Further, there is case law that establishes the legal precedents. My husband already spoke to it, so I'll skip over that part. I'm hopeful that based on the information presented at the last City Council meeting and the additional time taken to review the facts of the situation, that the decision to deny the raising of the barn located on Lot 2B at 1011 Fowler Street be reversed. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm sorry for going over my time.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this matter? Madam Clerk, anyone else who wishes to speak to this matter? If you do, you need to fill out a speaker slip. You're most welcome to speak. Anyone's able to speak, but you need to fill out a speaker slip. So, Mr. O'Connor, why don't you go ahead and finish your remarks, and then if you want to fill out a speaker slip, we'll let you go ahead and speak as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope you all had a chance to look at my letter of December 11.
Again, came in
which
this
I sent
afternoon. You're
today.
talking about the
I'm
one that
sorry
came
to parachute that letter in, but I was
Yeah.
on the road again. So that's all I can say. I did the best. Maybe I could have been a little faster, but I don't type very well. Speaking of Phil's editing, I needed him. But at any rate, I'm not going to repeat it, but I want to be very clear. The action of the owner in proceeding before the HARB, as she was asked to do when she went forward about the house, which is protected, and the barn was brought up because it was clear there was a contract on it. And the contract did not include the barn. No one who made an offer, and there were several offers on that property, is my understanding, no one, and I put this out in my memorandum to you previously, wanted the barn. It is not historic. It is 1980s material because it was destroyed by a storm. The action of this owner in going forward under the requirements of the HARB, as asked to do by the HARB, does not constitute a waiver of her rights as owner under the zoning laws of this city. And she is relying on the ordinance, and she is relying on the Cook versus BZA case, which I have pointed out, makes it very clear that structure to be under the domination of HARB, you cannot demolish it, must be protected. Now, the ordinance talks first about residences and structures used as residence, which this barn never was. A reasonable interpretation of these facts and consideration of the costs, I will mention again because the owner has made that point over and over. There's over $152,000 worth of expense that she had experts estimate for her if it was going to be moved. But then the deterioration of the structure is such that it's impossible really to do it. That cost, 152, does not include windows or painting. So to make it clear, the owner came to the city pursuant to law about renovations to the house, which is registered and protected. And the HARB, knowing the contract, brought up the barn. She tried, in good faith, to go forward with their requirements. Then she came in and pointed out the unreasonableness of trying to preserve it, or sell it, or move it. She needs to tear it down. Please give me a permit. That is not a waiver of her rights as an owner. And she still followed procedure under the ordinance to take an appeal, and the right of appeal is express. Is there any question that I can answer for anyone on the council?
Why don't we hear the rest of public comment, and then we'll go ahead and see if there are any questions.
I want to add two things. One, if I may, Carol DeLong, when I was elected, we had a split council, and she told me, as I was talking to her about lobbying the members individually so I could get 4 votes for something I wanted, she said, nothing got worse in Falls Church, Mr. O'Connor, by being commented on by the public. I took her advice. She was right. She was always right. The other thing I want to say is when I saw the mayor at the reception, I commented. I said, is that a tan? He said, not yet.
Thank you much. All right, so do we have any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
Members of the HARB have asked to speak.
Okay.
Would you?
All right, yes, that's fine. Look, the public can speak in this matter. We'll keep it, if you can, to 3 minutes per person. Can you do that? You got two people. All right, look, just go at it. Go ahead and speak.
I have a quicker statement, and then Charlie will take over from there.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Tiffany Morris Palazzo, Chair of HARB. I want to start by thanking City Attorney Gillette for providing clear guidance with respect to the legal standard for review this evening. I also want to thank the Mayor and the City Clerk for providing procedural guidance this evening. The Historic Architectural Review Board would like to reiterate its support for the preservation of the barn at 1011 Fowler Street based on the criteria established in the historic ordinance and reviewed during 4 public HARB meetings, culminating in the board's unanimous denial to raise the structure. I want to state personally that I understand that this is an emotional issue for the homeowners and the potential buyers, but we do feel that our review is limited to the HCC. I want to address very quickly the comments about the October HARB meeting. We do follow procedures at HARB that materials need to be submitted in advance of the meetings, and so we viewed that there were materials that were presented at the meeting that were not provided beforehand, and so those were not subject to our review during that meeting, but we would have been happy to review them otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Moore?
Mayor Tarter and City Council, thank you for allowing the HARB members to speak. We actually had a little bit more lengthy conversation and would be happy to take questions. One of the things I wanted to say was to make the determination for whether or not this structure could be raised, we did go by the letter of the law of Section 48-794, which does have the 5 criteria for whether or not a structure is worthy of saving or not. Each of those 5 criteria we answered in the affirmative. And the affirmative answer is what's needed to preserve the building or to override a request to raise. If I can just indulge a little bit on history, because I think history is important. In 1984, the City of Falls Church established a historic ordinance to support the protection of all pre-1911 structures. This ordinance was expanded to include some post-1910 structures such as the State Theater. The city long ago determined that the protection and preservation of our early and pre-20th century architectural legacy was important. That fact is not being debated tonight as the HCC has established law. The HARB takes seriously its role in adjudicating the ordinance, as it has done in this case. The HCC, by design, our historic ordinance by design, sets a pretty high bar for making it difficult to raise historic structures. We have only around 100 in the city, and they are of great worthiness for us. Barns and other support structures were common in the town of Falls Church throughout the early history. It is safe to say that all residential structures had outbuildings, including barns and support that supported the only transportation of that era, which were horses. Of the many hundreds of barns and outbuildings that existed in 1910 when the ordinance is cut off, only approximately 8 remain. Many were lost during the rapid growth of the city, particularly during the pre- and post-World War II period. With the invention of the automobile and the dividing up of the larger residential properties, the utilitarian usefulness of these structures diminished. Some were lost to lack of care, fire, and development. In our review, the remaining barn structures, we found that some do suffer from degradation, but we're all reminded that the barns are not houses, but secondary structures that don't receive the same level of care as primary residences. Despite that, most of the remaining barns survive in relatively good shape, adding to the history of our city and making the connection to our pre-automobile past. What is terribly important in our view is this remaining history allows us to understand the accessory structure in its original context as a secondary structure to the primary home. We see that at Cherry Hill with the barns. We see that at the Dupuchern House at 508 Lincoln Avenue.
Okay, so we are going to try to get back. If everyone could turn off their sound. We've got an echo because everybody's sound is on. So everyone in the audience, we're going to try to go ahead and get started, get back started. So, all right, so we've lost power. And let's go ahead and turn off the mics here, or the speakers on all the computers. So we've lost power, as is obvious here in the room, which means this is not going out live stream, but we now can do this with a Teams meeting that'll be recorded, and then the public can observe this later on. So there's a record of what's transpired here tonight. But we're going to go forward with our meeting, our hearing that's allowed by law. Basically, the bare minimum is just to have a room that's open that people can come to, which is obvious. But we want to make sure that there's a record of this hearing as well for anyone who might want to look or observe it at a later point. So we are able to get started again. I would like to be able to hear testimony as well on this. So I don't know if we can move a computer up for there's one already over there. Great. So we were at the time hearing from HARB. And I want to say to you all, you have enough time to present your case. So I'm sorry if I misrepresented in any way that you're limited a certain amount of time. We would just give you a reasonable amount of time to present your case in full, and then we'll move on to questions and comments and the rest of the hearing. So that can be either of you two folks who want to finish up, but you're welcome to continue to speak.
Is it to remember to turn your anybody's audio off? Until you get back to this. Yeah. Okay.
So is this good right here? Talk as loud as I can.
Can you hear Charlie Moore?
Testing.
Sally?
Affirmative.
All set? So I'm going to continue. HARB appreciates the opportunity to continue to present. We wanted to give as much information as we could, and we'll be happy to be part of the dialogue and answer questions as well. I was talking a little bit about the history of barns in the City of Falls Church and remarking that we have only 8 left, including Cherry Hill, the Dupuchern House on 508 Lincoln Avenue. And we see as well the collection of the 3 barns on East Columbia and North Cherry. There's also a small barn on North Maple Avenue. And we also see at 1011 Fowler Street, the barn sitting diminutively behind the main Victorian residential structure. Context in this case is everything, and the collection of houses and barns remaining in the city, while very few, are still important. The reason for preserving buildings, these buildings, is that they cannot be recreated. for many reasons, but one critical reason is zoning. Our zoning code allows a new residential accessory structure to be only 12 feet tall, measured to the center of the gable. The historic ordinance, however, allows a new accessory structure on protected properties to be 20 feet tall, measured to the ridge. Most of the remaining barn structures are taller than 20 feet, and as such are true two-story structures that cannot be recreated. So zoning doesn't allow the recreation of most of the barns. If we could see and understand that these remaining buildings not only provide a link to our history and past, but also provide a financial benefit and incentive for many future uses. To that end, HARB at its July meeting approved the request of the applicant to relocate the building on their large property. Historic Falls Church, Inc., the not-for-profit historic preservation organization in the city, assisted the applicant by providing building permit-ready construction drawings at no cost, delineating the existing site plan and building foundation, as well as the proposed site plan, building foundation plan, and proposed wall section. This set of drawings was ready for building permit, final pricing, and the actual relocation of the building. Relocating the barn remains a fully viable opportunity for preserving the barn within the context of of the historic house. HFC, Historic Falls Church, Inc., you may know, has experience moving a significant structure, residential structure with the relocation of the Proctor House from the 200 block to the 300 block of East Broad Street. This move in 1996 was hugely successful and a great example of historic preservation by moving. It preserved the historic building that had experienced significant decay while further establishing the 300 block of East Broad Street as a critical location of 19th century structures. Once a historic structure has been raised, it cannot be replaced. Another example of a recent move or relocation of a protected structure is 308 North Maple Avenue. This residence was moved within the Columbia Baptist Church property a number of years ago as a method for allowing development on a church property while also preserving a historic link in the line of turn-of-the-century houses anchoring this block. I want to touch on development. The HCC is silent regarding the approval or denial of an application to raise based on the opportunities for future development on the parcel of land in which the protected structure sits. This board's purview is limited and narrow. Much of the discussion during the past few meetings has revolved around the development of the subdivided property once the barn has been removed. The HCC does not provide language for the board to make a decision as to whether a historic structure should remain, be relocated, or be raised based upon development opportunities. The end user, in this case, is not a party to the HARB review and final decision. In fact, the board's approval for the relocation of the barn at the July hearing did provide the opportunity, that development opportunity, while also supporting and protecting the HCC. The HARB does not weigh in on real estate implications currently being debated. If the return on investment is the criteria for which a historic structure survives or is raised, then the HCC will be undermined, leading to the potential loss of other protected structures. Regarding expertise, the HCC stipulates that at least one of its 5 members be a licensed architect, giving the board the expertise to rule on issues pertinent to architecture, historic preservation, construction techniques, restoration, and the ability to successfully relocate a building. As an architect on the board, I believe this building can be saved on its current location or through relocation on the existing property. I offer a difference in opinion from the applicant's expert witnesses who by design support the applicant's desire to raise the building. My experience includes the successful move of the Proctor House, a far more difficult relocation, and also the design of hundreds of houses. We did a little bit of analysis on cost. We agree with the applicant that the cost for a new foundation in whole is around $35,000. So moving the structure to a new foundation. We also agree on their estimated cost of $36,000 for the actual move. This proposal that they have for the move confirms to us that the building can actually be relocated. These two numbers represent the core of the cost for the relocation of the barn on the property, assuring the building's preservation under the ordinance. Costs to renovate the building, however, are not applicable to the relocation cost. So our point is it's the moving of the building to another piece of land on their property. That cost doesn't include the future development of it, the restoration, the renovation. It's simply the preservation of that building. So we came up with much smaller numbers than were illustrated by the applicant. They have in the record over $170,000. We, in our estimation, the building could be moved, relocated, and stabilized for around $100,000. The applicant also provided reports from structural engineers providing statements of opinion for the building. Both treated the building as if it needed to meet current building code requirements. The building and its structure need to be judged as a historic building and not as if it was to be constructed new today. It can be argued that few historic buildings would match today's building code with their structures and building envelopes treated as a grandfathered assemblage, thus fostering preservation. A few comments about demolition by neglect, which I think is pertinent to our review. We would like to provide a few points of clarification regarding the maintenance of historic properties per section 48-795. The ordinance does not allow demolition by neglect, specifically for an owner to justify an application to raise based upon the physical status of that building when the deterioration has occurred under the ownership and stewardship of the applicant. At the last meeting, it was suggested that adherence to this section of the code applies only to the property owner responsible for demolition by neglect and not to the future property owner. In fact, the board's reading of the code suggests that the results of demolition by neglect run with the property, not with the homeowner. The responsibility of many dozens of years of neglect of a historic structure by one property owner doesn't end with a new property owner, with the purchase of a new property owner. In the case of the barn, as it's been stated, a tree fell on it in the 1970s. That tree created some damage. This fact suggests that after that tree fell on it, the owner restored the barn. The owner believed in the preservation of the barn, and that was pre-HCC. After rebuilding of the roof, which is where the major damage was, it's been expressed that the building was demolished. It was not demolished. And the photo of the building with the tree on it shows that it wasn't demolished. As a part of the renovation of the building, they rebuilt the roof. But the rebuilding of the roof doesn't take away its historic stature. After the rebuilding of the roof, it can be assumed that the building and structure were in good condition. Since that time, the building has deteriorated to the point where the applicant is suggesting that the building cannot be repaired. This argument meets the definition in the code of demolition by neglect, which cannot be used as a reason for raising. Further, the applicant and the experts have noted that the building has insect damage, thus providing another reason for raising. In fact, the HCC explicitly states that, quote, the degree of maintenance and repair required is that degree sufficient to prevent damage to the structural components and or the exterior that would cause the collapse of the structure or that would cause the building to become so deteriorated as to prevent its repair and preservation, end quote. This work includes, quote, stabilizing walls, roofs, and other parts of the building and termite treatment. So the point of demolition by neglect is by allowing a historic structure to deteriorate
doesn't give the applicant the ability to say, I now can't fix it and it's going to cost too much. And that's not an opinion, that's what the ordinance says. And so that's the criteria that this board uses on all applicants, and it should be used equally, not only on this one, but on all applicants. In conclusion, HARB obviously believes that this building can be saved, that the ordinance provides the protection for saving it. I would also like to just add a couple additional points. In the HARB meetings, I've been a member of HARB for over 20 years, and our goal as HARB members is to be helpful, positive, and to provide advice. And I've done that as a HARB member, I've done that as chair, and that's how all the meetings were conducted this summer and spring, the 4 meetings that we had. So at the first meeting, the applicant came before us with an application to add an addition to the main house. And we provided advice. It was a very positive meeting, but within that meeting, there was a discussion about the barn. And I made the statement to our staff, our city staff, please verify whether or not the barn is covered by our purview. And I wanted there to be a technical city staff answer to that question. I didn't want it to be what I thought. I didn't want it to interpret the code, but that was the gist of the first meeting. There's a barn. The city needs to tell you whether or not it's protected. At the second meeting, there was a discussion about raising. The third meeting, a discussion about moving it. The fourth meeting, a discussion again about raising. I think it is incumbent on owners of historic properties and the city to work together to determine what can be, what's covered and what's not covered. And I think early in our very first meeting for HARB, we requested that. And it's in the minutes, and it's very early in the discussion. There was also discussion just a short time ago about all the houses that HARB has approved for demolition. And I made this book in 2001, 22 years ago, listing every house and building in the city that's covered by HARB. There's only one copy of it. This is it. There are 2 structures that have been demolished. 2. One was a commercial structure where Founders Row is on a Victorian that had been significantly changed. A big addition had been added to it. And the second was on a house in very poor condition on Grove Avenue. And so I'm not aware of this big list of houses that HARB has approved in the last 22 years, other than 2. We would be delighted to answer any questions as you deliberate this case. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So why don't we go ahead and move on to questions by council? Do folks have questions of staff, HARB, or the applicant? Ms. Conley?
Or maybe for Ms. Palazzo, and it relates to the HARB. Okay, it relates to the HARB. You said when you spoke that at your HARB meeting in October, you had materials that arrived late, so they weren't considered as part of your consideration. Right. That's what you said earlier. Why didn't you put off the decision till you could get all the materials? That it seems that if there was additional materials coming in, that would have clarified it further. I'm just curious as to what the hurry was to make a decision that night when there was new materials coming out.
Sure. No, it's a fair question. There was no hurry on the part of HARB.
as you heard Mr. Moore describe, the meetings had gone on for several months and there was a sense of urgency on the part of both the homeowner and applicant, and then also the other parties to kind of the real estate transaction that we've heard from. Our concern with materials being submitted kind of as the meeting is in process is that, we do take our job seriously. We review the materials very carefully, particularly the architects on the board do need time to review drawings, reports, structural engineering. All of that is really important to the review process. So that was not something that we felt like we could give kind of adequate consideration to in the midst of a meeting.
But did you have an option to continue the meeting to say we have new materials? Can we come back next month and consider these new materials?
It's really up to the applicant to continue the process. They were the ones that set the timeline. And I think you've heard from the applicant that they were unhappy with the timeline.
Are there other questions, Ms. Hardy?
You turn on the mic, it turns on the.
You can use this one if you want.
Is there a way to turn on the mic without turning on the speaker?
Yeah.
Turn the volume down.
Okay. Hopefully that works.
I should turn your volume all the way down.
It's different. See, when I I know, and I turn that off, I need to turn it off.
You should just put your sound down.
I did, it's all the way down.
Do you want to use my computer?
Yeah, maybe. Thank you. Just hang up on that one. This is on. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you all for bearing with us through this and being in good spirits. The applicant and Harb. Harb, so first of all, I recognize kind of your mission and interest here is to really protect historic structures. I appreciate the time and effort and your volunteerism on the board, so thank you for that. I did spend time reading and rereading the letter, the very detailed letter you all submitted to us that evaluated criteria by criteria. And before my computer dies, I wanted to hone in specifically on criteria 2 and 3, which is about can this be reproduced at a reasonable cost, and can it be reconstructed or saved in some way at a reasonable cost? Really around the financial parts of it. And then in your letter, you did not speak too much about the structural engineer's assessments and really talked about the architect's experience and interpretation of or assessment of the structure. Could you all share more about why you weighed kind of the architectural perspective more than the structural engineer's perspectives?
A little bit hard to hear, but I think you're asking how we evaluated the structural engineering report and our architectural.
Yeah, and in particular, you called out one of the 3 letters that received by Harb. One was like a recovery specialist, and you essentially disregarded that assessment, but you didn't call out the other 2. And again, before I lost internet, I did look up Freeland Engineering and Daniel Wong, which I believe in one of the testimonies someone cited that was recommended by a member of Harb as well.
So there was a letter from Belfor, which is a national company that does emergency repair of fire and storm and water damage. That's their emergency contractors.
Yeah. So disregarding them, what about the other 2?
The structural engineers, as I stated, had looked at the structure as if it had to be to current code as a new building, and that's not how the criteria is for a historic structure. Historic structures aren't built to current code. And to say that, well, it doesn't meet current code, thus it can't be saved, is, as I saw it as an architect, not an accurate representation of the structural integrity of the building. And does the building need work? Sure, it's a 100-year-old, 120-year-old building. Of course it needs work. But
In my estimation, from all of the buildings I have designed and participated in the construction, it is a fully salvageable building without going to a humongous effort. And so I didn't agree with the structural report because it was a report requested by somebody whose resulting direction is its demolition. So I sort of discounted that, but I also looked at what it was requiring, and it was a to current code rendition of the building.
Got it. So if I'm understanding, you're disagreeing with the structural engineer's assessment on the costs involved in bringing it up to code.
Yes.
Did HARB consider the two structural engineers' assessment that it wasn't movable?
Oh, it's absolutely movable. Sure. And the applicant has a quote from a company ready to move it. So I did not agree that the building couldn't be moved because of its structure. I mean, to me, that was a statement written by somebody who was really being asked to support the raising of the building. So they thus gave a result that supports the raising of the building. I mean, old buildings are not to code. They're not built to code. They were never built to code. So when you move an old building, you have to do it with care. And the quote that they got from the moving company supports that.
Got it. So if I'm understanding correctly, I think in your professional opinion, you disagree on both the cost side of it as well as the structural integrity of the building, whether it can be moved or not.
The cost, the $173,000 of cost that's in the record, a huge portion of that cost is the removal of bamboo. So that has, to me, nothing to do with the preservation of the building. There was also cost for termite repair. Well, termite repair is something that is seen as demolition by neglect in the ordinance. So, I really looked at the cost of new foundation, the cost of moving, and some amount of cost for stabilizing, particularly the first floor deck, which is where, which is closest to the ground where any deterioration would mostly be found.
That's all.
Sure.
Are there other questions from council? Mr. Snyder?
So here's more of a question for city attorney. So your direction was clear about the decision of the zoning administrator, and the appeal to that decision, whether this structure is covered or not, would be to the BZA. Did I hear you right on that? So our real role today is to look at the 5 criteria and determine whether HARB appropriately addressed the criteria or not. My question to you is, do each of the 5 criteria have to be met to uphold HARB, or would it be sufficient in our view if 1 or 2 of the criteria are met and not all 5, or 1 criteria is met and not all 5? In other words, is it all 5 have to be met or to affirm the HARB, or would 1 or 2 be sufficient to affirm the HARB?
The ordinance does not specify a minimum threshold.
Sally, hold on just a second. We need
Folks
to
can hear
get
you.
some sound. Who's going to do that so we don't get?
I'm doing it here.
And remember, everyone in the audience and on this dais, we need to speak loud because our audio is just not as good as it might be otherwise.
Can you guys, Sally, can you speak?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. That's correct. The 5 criteria set forth in the zoning ordinance, there is no minimum threshold for how many of those criteria need to be answered in the affirmative or negative, depending on your point of view. The language is that the HARB shall review the circumstances of the proposed raising and the condition of the structure proposed for raising, and shall report its findings based on consideration of whether the building, the raising of it would be detrimental to the public interest is one. Whether the design, texture, and material of the building is so old or unusual that it could not be reproduced or reconstructed in a financially reasonable manner. Whether the building is structurally sound, or could it be made structurally cost. If the building is maintained or rehabilitated and used under the existing zoning, could the building be expected to yield a reasonable return or beneficial use to its owner at a reasonable cost? And the fifth one is, could the building be saved from raising by moving it to another site, thus making its present site available for redevelopment? And that first one, I didn't state it in full, and since I did the others, I'll repeat number one, which is the building of such architectural or historical interest that raising it would be detrimental to the public interest? And in that vein, HARB would have to consider that the purpose of the historic ordinance is preservation. So those are the 5 criteria. It, in my opinion, is sufficient for even one of them. If it's you have to weigh them all, but only one would be needed to make a decision, not all 5.
Thank you.
Okay, are there other questions?
I
Debbie?
do want to,
Debbie,
Mayor,
Debbie.
excuse me for interrupting, Mayor. I misspoke just a second ago, and if I could have a chance to correct what I just said.
Of course.
I can hear myself, so it's a little confusing.
I know.
You do
I
have
know,
to.
I know.
Okay, turn your mic on.
Okay.
Thank you. I want to emphasize that the HARB has to consider all 5, whether all 5, but they don't have to find all 5 to be, in fact, the case or existing before it can choose to raise the building.
So let me reiterate, for example, if we were to agree with HARB on one of the 5 or 2 of the 5, less than all 5, would that be the basis of sustaining? Would that be an acceptable sustaining of the HARB decision?
Well, so the
Sally, good.
So I think for each of the considerations and balancing them, the question that the council is answering is, did the evidence before HARB satisfy the preponderance test, the standard? So was it the preponderance of the evidence supporting HARB's point of view in its fact finding? And I don't think it's a numerical equation. I don't think if you disagree with HARB on 2 of the 5 or even 3 of the 5, that there's necessarily a mathematical way to reach the decision. I think because you don't have to have had all 5, my opinion is that the council could substitute its judgment for that of the HARB in this case, because what council is looking at was there a preponderance of the evidence to support the denial for raising or not? And I think you are entitled to look at the evidence presented, and in your judgment, based on what you've heard from HARB and the property owner, decide if the evidence supported by preponderance the findings of HARB and the conclusions of HARB. That probably doesn't help, but there's no, I guess my answer is there's no mathematical, the council could decide as a council how to approach this more mathematically, but I don't read that as being necessary.
Anything else, Dave? All right, are there other questions, Ms. Hiscott?
This working? Can you hear me, Sophie? Louder. No, nobody usually tells me to talk louder. Okay. I know we're not supposed to be making mathematical, but I do have a couple of math questions, and goes back to HARB, a couple of questions. So the delta, the $100,000 delta between your view of securing the building enough to be able to move and be able to move it is $70,000 to $100,000. The balance of which you think is to bring it up to a code, which is not necessary to be brought up to, and to remediate for termites and bamboo. Am I getting that math correct? Okay. The other math that we haven't really talked about tonight is I've heard different ranges on what demolished means. Like 70% of the barn was demolished by the tree in the 70s. And we talked about at our last meeting how it was reconstructed using materials that were like materials. So is it true that 70% of the barn are materials that are from the 1980s that are made to look like the materials from the late 1800s, early 1900s? Is that correct?
Before anyone answers, whoever's going to answer, please go to the microphone or to the tablet so that your response can be on the record.
From the photo that was submitted for the record, the roof of the barn was replaced after it was hit by the tree. So
it was just the roof that was replaced. No wall, but there's reference to sliding barn doors not being there anymore, or other windows, things not being there.
The building has some original fabric, but it also has replacement fabric. I would only say that the ordinance is silent on what happens when a building is renovated. I mean, there is no mathematical equation that says if you renovate something and you replace the siding, it's no longer historic. So the building in its essence is still the barn, and there is some original fabric. One thing that was compelling to us was that after the barn was hit, the owner rebuilt it from all estimations to its previous state, supporting the idea of preservation and restoration. So, and obviously those materials, you can't go out and find 100-year-old material or 50, 70, whatever the age at that time. So there has to be some new material.
I guess what I'm struggling with is one of the criterion is that this historic building can't be reconstructed. But this one was reconstructed. Like you can reconstruct it to look
well. The issue
similar.
is mathematics. How much of it can be reconstructed and still be historic? We have had an instance in the city where something has been demolished and reconstructed in its entirety, which would beg the question, is it still historic? In this case, it wasn't demolished down to the first floor deck. The frame of the building was still there. So it also seemed that if the owner didn't support the idea of preserving the barn, we didn't have a historic ordinance at that time. So they had full right to demolish it, but they didn't. I mean, it's an example of somebody sticking behind the preservation and historic preservation of something in the city and going to the effort to restore it and to put it back the way it was. Things happen, trees fall on buildings. It doesn't take away their historic character unless there's nothing left. And that's not the case. It wasn't destroyed. And so it's semantics.
That's the struggle.
All right, other questions? Excuse me?
This computer has a fatal error.
Okay, here, Dave, did you have a question? No. Oh, okay.
Without a computer.
Okay. All right, so are there any other questions from council? All right. Do we have comments? Do people want to either make a motion or make comments? Be brief.
First of all, this body has appellate work to do. That's what the code tells you to do. And you are a legislative body in this city. The law for you is to be reasonable in interpreting the situation, taking into account the facts and the law. First of all the criteria, the 5 criteria, have to be considered. And the facts are that they were not. And there was an error here. I don't say anybody made a deliberate one, please. But Mr. Moore's comment about the 172,000 and the bamboo, et cetera, is not correct. The bamboo was removed by this owner, this applicant on appeal. That was some $14,000 to my recollection. It is not included in the 172,000. What is included is the necessity of trimming trees and tree removal for a move. And the issue that you see is the idea that this can be moved, and the so-called architectural review that says it can be moved ignores the condition of the building in the first place. Because the facts are, and you heard testimony about this, and you have information about this, that the barn is so structurally unsound, it will collapse when moved. It would have to be shored up. It's very expensive and dangerous to do. It seems it would literally have to be taken down, moved, and then put back up somehow. I said the first time I was here, this is not an historic barn. It's historic in the sense that once there were barns here in Falls Church. There were animals, there were farmers, there were plowed fields, and barns contained animals and farm equipment, including plows and tractors. And they had sliding doors. Why would a farmer want a sliding door as opposed to the big barn doors to open? Because he's got livestock and it gets windy. Those big doors catch in the wind and slam, you're going to get hurt, or an animal's going to get hurt. When this barn was built, it had a sliding door. But when it was put back up in some fashion in the let's say early 1980s, after it was destroyed by the storm, it's just a door. There's no sliding door anymore. The cupola is completely different. The roof is not the same. And if you look at the picture taken of the tree and then the next picture of the condition of the barn, you will see that the second floor that exists now was destroyed. You can see that the sides were and the front were destroyed. It's not as if you just had to put a roof back on it. That is a mischaracterization. I use the analogy of a Wright Brothers plane, which would be historic and got destroyed in a storm. And now you have some propeller plane there from what, the 1980s? And you want to preserve that as historic because it's a plane. Just because it's a barn is not sufficient. You must be reasonable for this owner who inherited the property. She went to the HARB for the house. They brought up the barn. Let's preserve the barn. They assumed, certainly understood for her instructions, that they were governed by the ordinance, the preservation ordinance. But that is a code, and it must be interpreted according to its terms. I cited the Cook case to you, just a little word from the Cook case. And I say this partly because of the idea of having the BCA review this barn and make it historic. Well, there's an appeal for a demolition permit pending. This applicant made a demolition permit request and was denied. And that's what you have before you. And that was unreasonable. The Cook case says, bear with me, the dispute centers on whether the structure, that is the house in this case, could be destroyed. The application permit was made and denied. It went to court, then on appeal. The church maintains the property had not gone through the certification process when the church applied for the demolition permit. It was not on the official register, and therefore approval of the ARB for demolition permit was not required. The staff took the position it was required. The city went forward with that view. It was unreasonable according to the court. The demolition permit had been applied for. It was not protected. It was not on the register. This property is not on the register. The house on lot 2A is 22,000 square feet. This barn on B, lot B, is not.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll answer any questions if you have them. Thank you for your patience. And it was a joy to hear the accolades today, I want to say.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to be winding this testimony down. Please go ahead and speak.
Could I just respond on the cost?
Okay.
The numbers that
And then the city
I'm
attorney's gonna
reciting
speak.
are in the staff report that came out today. 174,000 total cost. These are not my numbers. These are the applicant's numbers. $35,000 for putting in piers, 36 to move it, 73 to make the barn structurally sound. So that's the renovation of the barn. 22 for the removal of bamboo, 4,800 for termites, and 3,600 for tree trimming. So we simply take exception to a lot of these additional costs that really aren't specifically a part of the preservation of the barn. One also final moment. The photograph of the barn with the tree on it has, the center of the roof has the tree on it. As a part of the renovation, when you're renovating a building, if you choose to take off more structure to replace it, if that's the time to replace it, that doesn't constitute total demolition or total destruction as it's being described. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sally.
Thank you. I had one clarifying question. I would like to know which of the 5 criteria were not considered, that Mr. Connor raised that issue. If he could please answer that question. And then I want to say that Mr. Connor did emphasize that the council needs to be reasonable. And I want to respond by saying that that is not the direction of the ordinance. The ordinance says the council may reverse the HARB if it finds that the HARB's decision was not supported by a preponderance of the evidence.
The law is very clear.
Hang
I'm
on.
sorry, you finished? I didn't mean to interrupt.
So if we could turn the speaker off, but not just whether it's not supported by the preponderance of evidence or contrary to law as well.
Or contrary to law, but I do not hear an allegation that the decision was contrary to law.
Okay.
But but that
So
is
we'll go
true.
to you, Mr. Conner. If you could be specific, I think there's a question as to which number you're asserting Harb did not consider.
It is on, you have a duty to be reasonable in this interpretation. Is the building of such architectural and historical significance? Is it unusual? Is the building structurally sound? If maintained or rehabilitated under existing zoning, contrary to what Mr. Moore suggested, can the building be expected to yield a reasonable return? And could the building be saved by moving it? The reasonableness of the application of these criteria has to do with cost and the rights of the owner. The rights of the owner must be a concern of yours, and the law of zoning is replete with that language in the case law. Not only in Virginia, but there's some later cases, even from our current Supreme Court of these United States, about owners' rights. You saw that, for example, with that EPA case.
All right.
Where the court thought the government intruded on the rights of the owner too far. It was unreasonable.
So,
but furthermore, as a matter of law, the applicant does not need a demolition permit.
All right. So I'm going to let the city attorney respond if she has something she wants to say. It looks like she does. And then we're going to wrap up this hearing and move on to a motion of some sort or the other. Sally, did you have additional comment you wanted to make?
Only that I did not hear a clear answer to which of the 5 were not considered. And so I would, my understanding is that they did consider all 5. And absent some evidence to the contrary, if they had not considered all 5, that might be an argument for contrary to law, but I don't see that here.
Okay. All right. So let's go on and let's close the public hearing right now and move to, does someone have a motion they would like to make? Mr. Duncan?
Will you pass you the laptop? No, thank you. Could I ask the city attorney, stop me when I can? So as I understand it, we're not, it's not in our purview to decide whether this is a historic property or not. The zoning administrator has ruled that it is, and we have no say in that matter. That goes to the BZA if it goes anywhere.
That is correct.
Sally, can't hear you. Hang on. All right, your answer?
That is correct.
Okay.
My second question, may we substitute our judgment, council's judgment, for the BZ, for the Harbs, if any one of the 5 criteria or more than one, we feel in our judgment are not applied. I mean, architectural significance, take for one. If it's our judgment as council that this structure is not of architectural significance to the degree that it must be preserved, are we allowed to exercise our judgment and overturn the Harbs ruling in that instance?
If you'll permit me to take just a minute to answer that question. So what the ordinance does not tell us is how to weight the 5 criteria. And I think the opportunity that is in front of council is to weight the 5 criteria differently than how the Harb weighed the criteria. So for example, if in number 1, which is the building of such historical or architectural interest that raising it would be detrimental to the public interest, the council, I believe, should look at the evidence that was presented to answer that question and see first if the HARB's answer was supported by a preponderance of the evidence. You could, I think, though, weigh number one more heavily than the HARB weighed number one and have it outweigh numbers 2, 3, and 4, possibly. I don't think, I will tell you, I wish there were more guidance on this, and I have debated with others on what the answer to this should be, and I will tell you it's not crystal clear. So this is an opinion. My opinion is that the council can come to a different conclusion than the HARB, but not if the HARB was pretty clearly right on the evidence. But the problem is, number one is a pretty subjective criteria. And so the public interest, I think you would have to maybe in your findings decide what maybe flesh the public interest out just a little bit. What is the public interest that would be harmed by losing this building? And if you find that there's very little harm to the public interest in losing the building, then you may put a lot less weight on numbers 2, 3, and 4, and 5. Because, public interest is it's kind of an interesting, number one is a little interesting in the sense that numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5 seem to summarize public interest in a way. So, but these are criteria for you to debate and discuss. And my opinion is, I'm not a member of council, and so I'm not part of the appellate body on this case. But public interest, I would say my advice to you would be to define that a little bit before you render a decision about it.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Briefly.
Does it matter if the barn is visible from the public road?
All right, thank you.
And I went a little too far to say, we don't need a demolition permit. That was a little too
All right,
far to
thank you
go.
very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you have additional questions, Mr. Duncan?
No, I don't think so. What the city attorney said, I think, and reinforces where I personally want to go. This is more in the nature of a comment than a question, so I don't want to make it unless it's time.
Make it. It's time. It's more than enough time.
Okay, all right. In my judgment, and I agree with the Vice Mayor, I appreciate everybody doing their job here. HARB's got its job and they've done it. Applicant's got its job, they've done it in a very factual and substantive way, and it's no reflection on anybody, whichever way this group rules, and I have no idea which way this group's going to rule. Having said that, in my opinion, based on the evidence I've heard, and I've deliberately not gone outside the four walls of these discussions to, tour the barn or the structure, or whatever we're going to call it. I'm solely basing my opinion, my decision, my motion on, where I think the public interest lies. And in my opinion, this is not comparable to the other situations that I can think of that I've voted on while I've been here that are different, but somewhat similar. The decision that we made about the Fellows property, there was a compelling public interest to me in condemning that house, entering into negotiations, getting the house torn down and making it a park, because there was substantial land for a park. And the situations with the Snyder property and the Hiscott property, we allowed construction of basically second structures. I thought those were both in the public interest too, because the lots were best used in the way that the applicants in those situations wanted them to be used. In this case, in my view, given the nature of the lot and the characteristics of the structure, I don't think that it rises to the level of like the Proctor House, which I do remember was, as I mentioned at our last meeting, was, a big deal in 1996 and was a significant structure, and there was controversy about saving it and moving it and using parkland to relocate it. But at least the effort that was expended there was, in the interest of the public to the degree that we ended up keeping a truly historic structure. I don't see that in this case. I just, in my opinion, based on the evidence that I've heard, my view would be that we should overturn the Harb ruling. And I would make a motion to that effect if the language in the motion in the staff documents is still what we're operating from. I would make that motion at the appropriate time.
Other comments?
Yes. Right.
Oh, that should work. It takes two of us to do this. We got over it. Okay. I truly, truly appreciate the mission of the Harb. I support preservation of historical structures, and it's important as a mission for this board to have. When we take a look at what this particular property is doing, and I take a look at the criteria. Sorry, flipping gears. Oh, did it go away?
No.
Oh, what happened there? Couple of things. I did visit this structure, and when I take a look at the criteria of number 2 is the design, texture, and material of the building so old or unusual, right, that it couldn't be reproduced. When I walked in and sorry, is that a sign to speak louder? Okay. It's hard to hear. Okay. Let me try this again, and I'm yelling. This is unlike me to feel like I'm yelling, but if it comes off as rude, I'm really sorry. Okay, here I am yelling. Okay. So on item number 2, the design and texture and material of the building is so old or unusual. When I toured that property, it's the fact that it suffered damage earlier, right? I think it was in the 80s. And that new materials were in place. I did see new materials. So when I take a look at criteria number 2 around, is the design and texture old or unusual? In my judgment, I didn't quite see that. I saw new. I saw it looked newer, right? Again, this is a judgment thing. I see the comments and the faces, so just hear me out on the interpretation, right? And I think overall, I accept that this is on the historical register list. I'm not challenging that. I'm not challenging the zoning disposition, but in my opinion, if I examine the historic value of this property based on the damage and the new materials, it doesn't make sense to me to put the burden, on the homeowner. Like the value to have the homeowner to offset historical value and put the burden on the homeowner to maintain it is a tough one for me. That equation isn't balancing out for me. And so when I take a look at also the public comments that were issued around this, there were notations from neighbors who, you know, when we talk about public interest and how we define it, right, and evidence of it, there were multiple comments from neighbors. I think I counted about 5, maybe if not more, maybe plus or minus 1, who expressed that it was okay. They were okay with it being raised. So if I take a look at the evidence for what defines public interest, right, I've got evidence of the neighbors saying we're okay having it raised. So my position is that, you know, I agree with Phil, right, just on the basis that I don't think that historical value based on what has been replaced in that barn, you know, it doesn't make sense to put the burden on the homeowner, right, to maintain that property. And I'm open to other comments. Is that a second? That's a second.
Okay, other
Yeah.
comments? Mr. Snyder? Did you want to use my computer or this computer?
So, thank you, all helpful, comments. At this point in the proceedings, it's clear that whether the historic ordinance applies to this building is something not before us tonight. That decision has been made, and any appeal to that would be to another body. So then the issue becomes weighing, as I think the city attorney said, weighing the different criteria and making an overall judgment. In my view, I would affirm the Harb decision. There are experts on the Harb who have indicated that the building can be moved. Whether it's affordable for the current owners is so subjective that it's really hard to apply that in this case one way or the other. I think it is in the public interest to preserve historic buildings that are listed and covered under the historic ordinance, as this one is. So it's in the public interest to preserve it. I would note that in terms of the equities of the situation, I'm not making a decision on this, but in terms of the equities of the situation, one often encounters situations where preservation of an historic building actually increases the property value, even though there's an initial output to make the preservation. But I'm deciding on the basis of the criteria, the way I weigh it, the way the public interest involved here, the fact that there's strong evidence that it can be moved. I would vote to affirm the Harb decision.
Okay, other comments that anyone has?
I have another question, but I'm dead phone, dead battery. iPhone. You can.
You can pass the laptop over.
Okay, well, I guess I'm the opposite of Caroline. I'm loud enough and get louder. If you can't hear me, just let me know. And I'm sorry to be asking another question at this late date, but I think I read somewhere along the way about a discussion of using, if the barn were raised, using materials in the home that would be built on that spot. Am I remembering that correctly, or is that something I've just been thinking about? Was there any reference to that? If the barn were raised, could there be a requirement to use those materials that were historic in the new home?
Debbie, in the application, the original application.
Okay, so that's where
the applicant said that the materials would be used, preserved and used someplace else, but it didn't say where.
And is that something in weighing from the council's perspective that we could require? I guess that's a question for the city attorney. Could you require, if raised, you must use materials allowable?
Let's go ahead and have Sally answer that question, or the city attorney.
I mean, I know they I know they can be. I don't know if we in this situation could say, if we overturn HARB, could you make a stipulation that those materials had to be used so that there is some preservation of the public good of historic materials?
Let's go ahead and let the city attorney answer that question.
So my understanding is that relocation means that you are relocating the same materials, the same structure in the same form to a new site. So yes, it could be explicitly stated, but I think it's implied in the notion of relocation. Are
What
you
I meant
suggest?
is-
Yeah.
What I meant is if it is raised, if the building is raised, you are literally
Oh.
taking apart timber by timber. You can see what the original one, the original wood was, and require use of it in the new structure that's being built on that same
Oh.
lot.
I do not believe so because, I'm less, so that is a proper question for Cameron. The new, I don't know the answer to that. I think Cameron would have to answer that. This is about, can we put architectural requirements on any new construction by virtue of its existence in the historic overlay district? I think the answer to that is no, but I do need staff to confirm.
What you are remembering is that originally the applicant was planning to take the materials raised from the barn and donate to a second chance organization, which could later repurpose those materials in some future historic preservation offsite somewhere else. That was the original intent of the raise, not to be used in the materials to construct a new home on site.
Thank you for that clarification.
All right. Other comments people have? Ms. Connolly?
Thanks, Mayor Tarter. Am I on there, Celeste? Yeah. Yes, I'm good. Okay. So I'll go quick. This has been really hard for me because first of all, it's not something that we see on a regular basis. So we had to figure out this whole process as we were going forward. I think the process of getting to today was more circuitous than the applicant or the HARB ever intended based upon what the initial request was. So as a council member, one of my favorite roles is being on the appointments committee because we get to interview people to come and do these jobs, to serve because you're passionate about something. So the members of the HARB are experts and you are passionate for historic preservation. And I really appreciate all that you are doing and willing to serve. At the same time, as a council member, I'm not an expert on this, so I have to trust the experts. And we heard from you. And I asked last time, how do we balance what the HARB says versus what the engineers who went in and measured and weighed and figured out, how do we decide which is right? And that's part of the problem with this ordinance, is that it's so subjective. Is it this one right or this one right? The thing I'm concerned about is that HARB didn't have all the information that we have now when you made your decision, partly because some of it came in late. We've gotten some today that we just saw. And again, Ms. Gillette said we aren't to decide if the barn is historic or not. So some of that I'm trying to put aside, but there's new information that keeps coming in about this process. So I feel like the decision that you made, there's more information that has come since then to be able to help us make a different decision. So I am going to vote yes on Mr. Duncan's ordinance, Mr. Duncan's motion.
Yeah.
Yes.
Motion.
At the same time, I wish that we didn't all end up in this situation. I feel like there was a way to have solved this a while back before we ended up right here.
Are there other comments, Ms. Hardy? Sure.
Thank you. So I guess while I know that the legitimacy of whether the barn is historic or not, as the city attorney has told us, is clearly outside of the scope of appeal, I guess some feedback for staff is I find it pretty disturbing of the inconsistency. So the fact that we found or now uncovered two pieces of evidence between the VDHR survey inventory card and an HCC covenant, which is a legal contract between the property owner and the city, both only actually pointing out that Lot 2A is historic. I find that really disturbing. And so I guess I would have concerns from a broader process perspective and would ask us to look into that further. So putting that aside, given that we can't take that into account, I think given the comments that I've heard from others talking about whether there's public interest, I guess I hone in on criteria 2 and 3, which is around the reasonable costs, and I think is evident based on the questions I was asking. I looked through the list of the costs again. I guess it's debatable whether you think the additional 70,000 is what's made to be structurally sound. But if I am to trust the structural engineers as the professionals here, 175,000 just seems like an unreasonable burden for the cost for the homeowner, especially when I looked at the property records and the value of the barn itself is 70,000 or so. So that's 2.5 times the assessed value. So that seems unreasonably high to me, given the burden of that. So I will support the motion by Mr. Duncan tonight as well.
So my question is going to be which of the two directions to go in. Alternative motion that's presented on the really proposed that it's not supported by a preponderance of the S.
Just move your subsection.
Sorry. This is really a question for the city attorney. The motion that I want to make based on what I've said is going to choose the not supported by a preponderance of evidence test rather than the contrary to law test. Is that right?
That is correct. And I took some notes about what I heard, just so you can augment the motion that was prepared for you with some of your findings tonight. The notes that I took will be imperfect, but they include: the council finds the harm to the public interest is insufficient to justify the denial of the permit to raise the barn. This public interest, or the adjacent neighbors are supportive of the raising of the barn, which the council accepts as an indicator of the public interest. And the historical value to the city of the barn is too low relative to the high cost to relocate the building, and also relative to preserving it in its current location. I'm going to hit the send button on that, and I think it would be helpful to your motion to add some findings in that regard.
Okay, thank you. The follow-up question would be, I've heard it referred to in both ways, structure and barn. I personally prefer structure, but I haven't kicked the tires, so I'm not sure. Does it make any difference legally?
No, it's clear
Oh,
what
fine,
structure
fine.
the appeal is concerning.
Barn-like structure, structure like barn. I mean, I'm serious. Does it make any difference if we call it something?
Might be another file over there.
There. It's the double mute that kills us, right? Okay. Gotta go back. Yeah. Okay. So move to overturn the Historic Architecture Review Board's denial of an application to raise the protected barn structure at 1011 Fowler Street, Lot B, as to the board's decision was not supported by a preponderance of the following evidence. One, bear with me. The harm to the public interest is insufficient to justify denial of the permit to raise the barn. 2, adjacent neighbors support raising, which is an indicator of whether the public interest is harmed. 3, historical value to the city of the barn is too low relative to the high cost to relocate the building and relative to preserving it in its current location.
Do we have a second? Is that the motion?
Second.
Did you make a motion or who made the motion?
She did. I did.
You made it, not Phil. Okay, so we've got a motion. Do we have a second?
Second the motion.
Phil seconds the motion. Madam Clerk?
I will give you each time to answer with your mics. Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Mr. Duncan,
Yes.
Ms. Hardy,
Yes.
Ms. Leon,
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott,
Yes.
Mr. Snyder,
No.
Mayor Tarter.
No.
Motion carries 5 to 2, excuse me. Thank you, council.
All right. Congratulations. Let's move on. I do thank you all very much. So I might also at this point talk to Mr. Shields about having these work session items, which are going to go pretty late. Is there anything about these that you feel like need to occur tonight?
Budget. The budget. I think. But that's not work session. Oh. Budget guidance. The charter amendment, zoning cleanups, budget. And then the consent items.
My mic is on.
Yeah.
Are we on?
Well, Mr. Shields is answering a question here, I think.
Sorry.
The sidewalk acquisition with the closed session, that is time sensitive. I think the other one probably could wait. I could have a quick sidebar with Paul Stoddard just to confirm that. But we could proceed with the other items on the agenda and we could get an answer on that as quickly as we can.
Okay. All right, let's keep moving, but with the idea that maybe some of this agenda will not be heard tonight. Thank you all for coming out. All right, let's call, Madam Clerk, will you call the next item?
Yes, we have TR 23-36, resolution requesting that the General Assembly amend section 4.14 appointments of the Charter of the City of Falls Church to require that appointed members to city boards and commissions be at least 18 years of age and residents of the city, and removing the requirement that they be qualified voters of the city.
Cindy, about 30 seconds here. We've done this one about 20
Yeah,
times.
staff is requesting council to officially convene the public hearing this evening for this charter amendment. The item before you has nothing changed since your first reading or work session. And for the record, I'd like to note that the advertisement for the public hearing was properly and legally done, so it's compliant with your charter. Glad to answer any questions. Do request the public hearing and then approval of this item so we can send it down to Richmond before the General Assembly session. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of TR 23-36.
Second.
All right, who's on the second? Ms. Hiscott on the second.
May I
Any-
clarify if we held the public hearing before the vote as required by the
You
charter?
have to have the hearing before the motion, if we can't have the hearing
It-
after. Yeah, all right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we're going to do the hearing right now. Does any member of the public wish to speak to this matter? Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy? Ms. Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
Motion carries 7 to 0. Thank you, council.
Thank you. Next item.
Next item is TO 23-14, ordinance to amend Chapter 48 zoning of the City Code of the City of Falls Church as follows. Article 1 in general, Section 48.2 definitions, Article 2 administration, Division 3 amendments, Section 48-86 procedure, and Division 4 official design, Section 48-112 procedure, Article 3 Board of Zoning Appeals, Section 48-172 powers. Powers, Article 4, Districts, Division 13, OD, Official Design District, Section 48-585, Intent, and Section 48-586, Principal Uses Permitted by Right, Article 5, Supplementary Regulations, Division 6, Height, Lot, and Yard Regulations, Section 48-1101, General Requirements, and Section 48-1102, Additional Requirements, Exceptions and Modifications, and Division 8, Landscaping, Section 48-1184, Design Criteria. 2, change advertising requirements and variance criteria in conformance with state code, remove reference to T1 principal uses within the official design district, change front yard setbacks, definition, syntax for clarity, remove outdated references to street side yard and interior side yard, and address codification errors.
Could you repeat that? It's just one section. I think I didn't hear it. Last time you'll hear that from me.
TO 23-14.
Second.
All right, before we move on, first off, is there any member of the public that wishes to speak to this matter? Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. Mr. Snyder, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm concerned that we're actually reducing public notice from 3 weeks to 2 weeks. And I can't support the ordinance for that reason. So I don't know if we can amend it, which I'm more than willing to talk about, or postpone it. But I think certainly one of the issues that we learned recently is the public needs more, not less, opportunity, and that zoning ordinances can be very challenging, particularly for the public, and that simply reducing the notice is not a good idea. So I will oppose this on those grounds.
So, Ms. Heath.
I do just, if maybe the city attorney could, I believe I'm correct that this does not change the city council notice because that's required in our charter. This is just the planning commission.
So what I
We can't hear you, Sally. Hold that thought.
Okay.
Sally, you're on now.
Thank you. You might be right, Celeste. What I would propose, though, is that we carve that out. Let me take a closer look at it, and we can bring it back separately, if that's okay with the city manager and our staff. They have no objections.
So I discussed this with the city attorney prior to this meeting. We are a bit concerned about there being a difference between the charter and the state code, which might be something we just can't get away from because, because the charter itself is approved by the General Assembly. We would support carving it out, and we could have the notice thing brought back to the council for action in January if the council wanted to carve that out so we could look at that a little bit more closely.
Right. I don't have a problem with a different advertising requirement by the charter. It doesn't cause a problem for advertising for council meetings.
Okay.
Well, I
just
think what
wanted you
she's
to be
saying.
aware that this doesn't change the charter.
No, but there's the charter, there's our ordinance, there's also state code.
Right.
So there's 3 sources of notice
Correct.
provisions. And I think some of the concern is possibly having multiple sources of where you find the notice provision. Secondly, maybe one of them is more lenient than people might want to be. And so it sounds like city attorneys recommending we spend a little more time, or not we, but you spend a little more time when I'm gone to sort out the answer to that question, which sounds reasonable to me. But Dave, do you want to is there a motion on this already? I can't even remember.
There's a motion on the
Motion
table.
in a second. Who's a motioner?
I motioned, and if you'd like to carve out for further discussion, we can say move TO 23-14 with the exception of the notice.
So I don't know whether we have to vote on an amendment to the motion because the motion has been made and seconded. I'll ask the city attorney whether we need to do that technically. Yeah, I think you can amend your own motion with the permission of the seconder person.
So I have your permission to amend the motion to move the, yeah.
Oh, you say, all right.
Sally, you're on if you want to.
Okay,
Thank you.
was that clear enough? What is being
So-
accepted from the motion?
The rules of procedure aren't legal requirements. The intent of the rules of procedure is to make sure that the body is clear on what's being voted on. I think it's clear. So I would not require this
All right.
amendment.
So we got a motion and a second. Any public comment? See none, the matter's closed to the public. Madam Clerk?
Can you clarify the motion for me again? So there was a motion to adopt TO 23-14 with,
With the exception of the notification requirement
okay.
clause.
Thank you.
I haven't.
All right, we ready?
Would you like me to call the vote? Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Ms. Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder? And Mayor Tarter? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Just one quick report. We did have a discussion with staff and we could delay the bike master plan item. We will send that information out to council, however, and just make sure that you do have it and possibly have some ways of just providing some input to staff through the holiday season so we can continue work into January.
All right, thanks you all for coming out and staying out. Get some brownies or something.
Sorry to carry.
All right, let's go on to the next item.
We have TR 23-39, resolution to adopt a guidance statement on the development of the FY 2025 city budget.
Okay. Mr. Shields or Ms. Powell, do you have anything to say before?
Okay, thank you.
So the one thing I will just note, just by way of review, we had a very productive joint session with the school board and the city council a week ago on December 4th. At that session, the school staff presented some of the cost drivers and strategic objectives for the schools over the coming year. And on the general government side, we provided our initial revenue forecast for the coming year. To summarize those revenue forecasts, we're projecting an increase in revenues of about 8% or $7.5 million in the coming years, in the coming FY 25. So that is a very short summary, but that kind of gets to the bottom line of a lot of data that we reviewed together. We provided a draft budget guidance statement, and the Budget and Finance Committee did some work on it this Friday. What has just been passed out is a clean copy, which reflects the input and discussion from the Budget and Finance Committee. What was provided in the packet was a markup copy. And we won't walk through all of the bullets. Let me just sort of pause and sort of think about how do we want to, given the hour, do we want to walk through kind of some of the key changes of this, or do we want to just assume that people have read it and answer any questions about it?
Yeah.
I'd just like to reiterate what Mr. Shields says. We had a really good Budget and Finance Committee meeting Friday morning, and Ms. Hiscott was not there. No, Mr. Duncan, Ms. Hardy, Ms. Leon, and I were there and went through line by line and reorganized last year's budget guidance statement. There was also Laura Downs was there, the chair of the school board, as well as general government staff and school staff. So we really went through this and pared it down and moved things around. And I think it's in really good shape. The only thing that I wanted was line 70. The budget should note the expected positive tax impact from new economic developments. Isn't that supposed to be the Duncan Development Dividend?
So yeah, Kieran had written it up as the Duncan Development Dividend, and then I struck that. I was just being a
We removed
Grinch,
the
I guess. We
I
can
don't
put
know.
that back
I
in
think
if
it
we
will
want to
stick.
memorialize it
The
that
Duncan
way.
Development Dividend would stick. But everything else, I think personally, it's good. And in the description ahead of time, we also asked the schools to provide the budget goals that the superintendent shared, as well as Mr. Shields's budget goals, so that they are in the staff report. So I would move to adopt the budget guidance statement.
Before we get to a second, maybe we could just see other thoughts. Miss Hardy? Sure.
Thank you. So even though I was part of Budget and Finance, when I looked at the clean version, I actually had two things I was going to propose. One, in light of our very, very healthy reserves, I think tonight the ACFR confirmed that we're at 41% for a total available fund balance. I know we had to subtract 5 million for the budget amendments, but still, that is still very healthy reserves. Line 48, where we're talking about deploying reserves for WMATA. Why does it have to be so narrow for just WMATA capital costs? Like, we've got so much reserves that we could cover WMATA, our operating share, for 2 years until we get to a long-term solution in the region. And so I don't know whether we want to be that restrictive to ourselves.
So I did try to cast this in a way that's in compliance with your existing fiscal policies. And so using capital reserves for ongoing WMATA operating costs would be a violation of your fiscal policies. And that's why it was written this way. We will be working, regionally to try to figure this WMATA thing out. I do think that if it would be wise for some of the jurisdictions that do have ARPA money or other capital reserves to try to use those to actually front load some of the capital needs so that we don't have even greater fiscal cliffs, which are forecast in coming fiscal years. So it's not an exact response to your question, but I think the overall concern is about using reserves for ongoing operating costs.
That would be contrary to policy, but I guess given the extraordinary circumstances we're in, and I think the point that we debated at length in Budget and Finance around needing a policy on what to do with excess reserves, which was Caroline's point, I think this seems like a clear need. And so my suggestion would be just striking the word capital and giving us the, how does council feel about that?
It doesn't require you to, it gives the option to.
Yes. The 4 head nods, 3 head nods. Bill? Dave?
Can you just remind me the line number?
Line 48.
Line 48. Okay, we got it.
Striking the word capital. And then the other is we've gotten 3 public comments, I think, about budget guidance and wanting, so I think it was, they called out paragraph 6 in particular, which now no longer exists because it's been worked around. But paragraph 6 used to reflect that we called out walkability, and they encouraged to think about bikeability. So in cleaning it up, kind of the focus on walkable and bikeable kind of investments have gotten lost. And so I wonder if we could add that back in line 39, including special events, infrastructure maintenance, walkability and bikeability improvements, and project delivery.
Yeah. What about, I mean, it's micro mobility cover?
Sure.
Multiple fund, micro mobility, because then it could be scooters, it could be cars, it could be whatever else. It's determined by.
That's not what it's paragraphs about, for example, if we didn't want to. That was it. Thank you.
So that's line 39.
Line 39, paragraph 5. I'm following a different document. Oh, sorry, we have a clean version from Karen that we're using. You want my copy? Here.
Line 185.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I can give you this marked up version.
You have the.
That'd be great.
Here.
So
It's in purple.
2 changes.
So just change on 48 to remove the word capital, and then line 39 to add walk, bike, micromobility. Thank you.
So do we have, was that a motion to adopt the
Yes, with those 2 adjustments. So do we need to restate the motion?
Yeah. Mary Beth needs to restate the motion.
Yeah, so
Needs to amend her motion.
That's point number 3.
I don't need it again.
The original, I didn't get the original motion. I think it didn't mention the temporary resolution, so that would be good if you could just repeat your motion. That would be helpful.
I'm just gonna make one more suggestion. Line 62 in the staff memo. It says, I just want to change it to say student centered. Instead of student center.
Now you're going off a different.
Oh, sorry, I'm
What are we
looking at the staff memo. That's not this. Not the budget guide.
It's just a typo in the staff report?
Yeah, in the staff report, line 62.
Okay, we'll
It's
fix
the
that.
superintendent's method, but it says student centered community instead of student centered.
All right, we'll make that correction.
Thank you. So are we? Do we make a motion with those? Do we motion to budget guidance with citing the two changes or?
If you could use the motion that is in the packet, just to reference the resolution number, and then with, and I think it probably could be as open as amended with the 3 changes
Yeah, sorry.
requested.
I move to adopt TR 23-39 FY 2025 resolution providing guidance on the development of the FY 2024 budget as amended.
Second.
All right, any public comment? Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, I want to make 2 comments. First of all, with regard to item number 10, first of all, there's a lot in this that I agree with, but item number 10, I continue to have to raise objections to the proposed zoning language in the Government Operations Energy Action Plan. So for that reason, I can't support this overall approach. And secondly, I don't understand the length of time that we are assuming the tax increase from new economic developments. I think if they're coming out of the ground, if we're absolutely certain they're going to happen, as opposed to speculating too much on the tax impact. And finally, there's also negative tax impacts in terms of additional residences requiring additional services. So I have some questions about item number 15, but we'll overall agree with most of it with those two reservations. So I'll probably abstain from this vote.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Mr. Duncan,
Yes.
Ms. Hardy,
Yes.
Ms. Leon,
Yes.
Ms. Sean Scott,
Yes.
Mr. Snyder,
Abstain.
Mayor Charter.
Yes,
Was that a yes?
it was. Yes, it was.
That's very.
Yes.
Yeah.
Motion carries 6-0 with 1 abstention. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go on to, we're not going to do the work session items except for this item about the acquisition of the property. We're going to discuss any of this in public, Mr. Shields, or is this going to be
Maybe
so?
just for the public commentary, the city has been in discussions with the property owner at 412 West Broad Street to acquire additional right-of-way in order to have the standard streetscape installed in front of the property there at Beto's Leatherwork, similar to the rest of the street. We do have a difference in terms of the gap in these negotiations. We'd like to brief the council on those in closed session, and then we have a proposed motion after that briefing.
All right. So let's keep going then. So how about any business not on the agenda? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I think we might have skipped the consent.
We did skip the consent agenda.
Mm.
I consent to going back to it. Let's go ahead. Do we have a motion regarding the consent agenda? Yes.
We had several questions about the timing of the trail crossings, and I know that's part of this. Consent agenda. Can you just comment on the time frame of, assuming we approve that, what does that mean for when the work starts?
I'm sorry, I should have gotten that to you. I don't have that information right at the tips of my
They're
fingers.
gonna keep me from supporting the consent agenda, but I do think it's important to tell people that it is getting approved and then what the rollout of those was. We had 4 or 5 comments, this week. About that, supported that.
So there will need to be a couple of months of mobilization. We will do lots of public notice about it in advance of starting construction. And one of the things we did note, one of the features of this contract is we've asked the contractors to be as quick in and quick out as was reasonably possible, as opposed to starting the demolition and then disappearing for 30 days and then coming back to finish the work. We're really shooting for a tight construction window for this project to minimize the inconvenience to users of the trail.
And Wyatt,
So
if I
we
may
come up
know,
with a-
Mr.
and
Bradley's
then
on
back in
the
January,
meeting
we
if you
can come
want
up
to.
with a relative general timeline, not obligation, but a general timeline. I think that would be great. And I therefore support the consent.
I do note Mr. Bradley is on the call if he has just a brief update on the timing of the work for the WNOD trail. I don't know if he can speak to that briefly.
No, unfortunately, I cannot provide a rough schedule tonight. I would have to consult with our CIP group to be able to provide that.
So more information to come.
Great. Thank you.
All right.
The consent agenda.
Okay,
Second.
all right.
I move to approve. Buddy second.
All right. Do we do this by roll call?
Buddy second.
It's hard.
Do you want to go ahead and do this, Celeste?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Ms. Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hisgod?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
All right, any business not on the agenda? Standing regional committee reports? Council member comments? And the last approval of minutes, Phil.
I have the minutes, Celeste, for Monday, October 23rd. Oh, great.
And
On line 112.
Phil, you got to bring the little eagle thing and
Oh,
put the
right.
eagle thing onto the, and use its little magnifying glass. It's right up there.
Bright lights.
So this is Eagle-Eyed Duncan and his friend.
Got any juice left in there? Tell it. On line 112, Celeste, while we're taking a picture, there's an E and a D, I think. It's just a typo.
I can't scrape it.
Line 112.
Yes.
That V. Yes, V Oak Street, not E Oak Street.
Eagle.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure about that. I didn't see anything else anywhere else, but it's late.
But did Eagle see any?
Yeah, really. The dog says.
It's perfect.
So with that correction, I'd move the approval of the minutes of Monday, October 23rd, 2020.
There will never be another.
Do we have a second
Second.
and a third? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? The ayes have it. All right, I don't know what everybody's gonna do without you, Phil. You're gonna have to.
Who's gonna do minutes next?
What does that mean anyway?
Not it. Not
Is that what it
it.
is?
The Supreme Court doesn't sign to the junior justice. So
Yep.
Aaron and Justine have to know that when they come in, it's part of the.
All right, let's go to our closed session. Let me get
Oh,
the
we're doing a closed
closed.
session.
Uh,
Don't forget.
I was like,
We're
are we
still not
adjourned?
done.
All right, so we got a closed session motion here going in. Upon a motion made by council member
Connolly.
and seconded by council member and passed by vote of city council, council went in a closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A3 for discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. Acquisition of private property for public sidewalk adjacent to 412 West Broad Street. Councilperson, Councilmember Conley,
Yes.
Duncan,
Yes.
Hardy.
Yes.
Leon. Scott. Snyder.
Yes.
Tartar, yep. Time is 12:26 or 12:27. All right, where we're gonna do the closed session at? Here or elsewhere? Okay, what do we do with these? Okay, all right, we're going into closed session now.
Council is going into closed session, and so we will stop recording. Yes.
All right, upon a motion made by council member
Already.
and seconded by council member Duncan. And passed by a vote of city council, council reconvene in open session, Councilmember Connolly,
Yes.
Duncan,
Yes.
Hardy,
Yes.
Leon,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Snyder,
Yeah.
Tartar, yep, time is 12:45. This is our certification, upon a motion made by council member, seconded by council member Hardy. And passed upon affirmative roll call vote in open session, it was certified that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session or meeting by the body. Councilmember Connolly,
Yes.
Duncan,
Yes.
Hardy,
Yes.
Leon,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Snyder,
Yeah.
Tartar, yep. All right, it's 12:40 something or other. Anything else anybody wants to say before we adjourn?
We have
Oh,
a
we didn't do
motion.
that. Is that on the agenda, actually?
There
Oh, it
is
on there.
one,
I'm sorry.
and there is a proposed.
All right, does someone have the motion handy? I don't even see the motion.
Here.
You got it?
Bill wants to make a motion. We have three.
Sorry. All right, you got it, Phil?
He's
Yeah,
got it.
rush it over. We got the.
Here.
Oh, maybe that's not it.
It's a closed session thing.
Oh.
Does anyone have the motion? It's in the staff report, right?
No.
It is. It's the top of the staff report. I've got it right here on the top of my screen.
You get to read that whole thing, right there.
It's a long motion.
Yeah.
You might have to repeat it.
Can you hear him on the mic?
I move. The city council authorize and direct the city manager and city attorney to take all steps necessary and prudent to complete the sidewalk expansion project located adjacent to private property addressed as 412 West Broad Street, including the acquisition of either a public access easement over or fee simple title of those portions of the referenced property necessary to complete the sidewalk project. Council further authorizes such acquisition to occur through either a voluntary conveyance, a quick take condemnation process, or through any other process allowed by law.
Nice work. All right. Do we have a?
Second.
Do we have a second? Ms. Hiscott on the second. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
is this the last one? Mr. Duncan,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hardy,
Yes.
Ms. Leon,
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott,
Yes.
Mr. Snyder.
Yes.
Last one. Mayor
Yes.
Tartar.
Carter, here I am. Yes.
All the crowd is. standing.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, council.
All right, anything else to be said?
I move we adjourn, Mr. Mayor.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions for the final time, for me at least. We are adjourned.
At the hour of 12:48.
Good night.
No.